20 kilometers within the Dingri County, and we have 3 townships around the Dingri County. According to the Meteorological Bureau, and also we are seeing that we have 600 servicemen coming to the epicenter. So just a few minutes ago, and we found one woman around like 40 years old was trapped inside of the epicenter, but now we have successfully rescued this lady from the epicenter. We'll continue to follow the latest situation. Please stay tuned with us. Right now you could see for many houses they have been collapsed. So as of 1 p.m., we are seeing that over like 5 people dead and also over 30 people were injured and sent to hospital for rescued. But in this area, we still have some of the aftershocks. And just now we have rescued a trapped lady, and also we have already sent her to the hospital for later treatment. So now I'm leading 5 of my members to continue to search this area. And later on, I will give you the latest update. Now you could see in this area for some of the houses, they have already collapsed. And also there are some of the cracks on the houses. And also for the aftershock, we already experienced 4 to 5 times. And it's still very dangerous in these areas. That is my update. Thank you. So what we are doing right now is to move to another site. So we'll continue to do the search and rescue work.
Xi Jinping has called for all-out efforts to save lives and to minimize casualties. The China Earthquake Network Center says that the quake struck Dingri County in the city of Xigaze around 9 a.m. this morning with a focal depth of 10 kilometers. The earthquake was also felt in Nepal. Now, there have been reports of collapsed houses, and local authorities have dispatched around 1,500 emergency workers for rescue and relief efforts. Military personnel have also been deployed to the area. More than 20,000 emergency relief items, including tents, blankets and camp beds, have been sent to the site. A seismologist at the China Earthquake Network Center has a preliminary analysis for us of the cause of the earthquake and the risks of aftershocks.
今天早上发生了一次6.8级地震。
A magnitude 6.8 earthquake struck this morning between Dingri and Dingri counties in Xizang. The earthquake occurred in the Himalayan tectonic belt with a north-south detachment fault. After a large earthquake, there will be an attenuation process, and aftershocks will still occur. The aftershocks are currently weak, so we predicted it's possible that another quake of magnitude 5 or higher will strike, but a more powerful quake than the first one is unlikely.
M6.8 earthquake hit southwest China's Xizang autonomous region. The Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for all-out efforts to save lives and minimize casualties. The China Earthquake Network Center says that the quake struck Dingri County in the city of Xigaze around 9 a.m. this morning. It had a focal depth of some 10 kilometers. The earthquake was also felt as far away as Nepal, and there are reports of collapsed houses. Local authorities have dispatched around 1,500 emergency workers for rescue and relief efforts. Military personnel have also been deployed. More than 20,000 emergency relief items, including tents, blankets and camp beds, have been sent to the site. In response to the disaster, the China Meteorological Administration has launched a Level 3 emergency response. That's the third highest level alert, and we'll bring you more updates over the course of the afternoon as this story develops. Well, that's it for this.
So, dear viewers, right now we are at the China Earthquake Network Center, and today we have a magnitude 6.8 earthquake hit the Xizang Autonomous Region. Now we are seeing the map, and now you can see some of the red dots. And this red dot is actually covering some of the epicenter of this earthquake. And also we observed that there were a number of aftershocks. So as of 1 p.m., we have over 10 times of the aftershocks after the magnitude 6.8 magnitude occurs. And immediately we have initiated the level 2 emergency response for the earthquake. And also we have worked with the CENC to understand the reason for causing this earthquake. So this time we have found that for the epicenter is actually in the center of the Lhasa plate, and also it causing the fault of the Dengmo. And this is a typical tension-based factor, and also because of the collision between the India plate and the Eurasia plate. And this will also cause the uplift of the Xizang plateau. And actually, since 1950, we have over 20 times of earthquake happening in this area. So, in summary, this time of the earthquake, it is because of the collision between the India plate and the Eurasia plate, and this is also a release of the energy for the plate of this area. And this time we have many collapse of the houses in the area, and people are very concerned about the aftermath and also the disaster relief in this area. And this time, we will say that in 5 years, and this area has the largest shock, because we could see a great sense of the shock of the magnitude 6.8 magnitude. But this time, as for the epicenter, it's at a very high latitude area. We don't have a densely populated area, so we would say, relatively speaking, the damage is limited, but still it will cause some of the geological damage. And after the epicenter, after the aftershocks, we will continue to observe the situation, and also we may see some of the lessening of the frequency and also the intensity of the earthquake. But after the first shock, we are already seeing a great number of the aftershocks. We are seeing some of the energy has been released gradually. And it is expected that in the upcoming days, we may have more aftershocks coming up. So we will also want to remind the local residents to be aware of the aftershocks. That is my part. Thank you. Approaching to the epicenter, we are seeing the temperature is lowering. And also we are seeing that as of 1:30 p.m., we have 6 power supply vehicles sent by the state-grown Xizang branch to support the rescue work. And also for the Xizang power area, they also launched the emergency response. And also for the state-grown Xizang branch, also supply 4 power supply vehicles to support the disaster relief. As we are coming close to the Xigaze City, and also we are seeing some of the rescue relief forces, they are also racing to the epicenter for the rescue work. And also they are carrying over 1,500 equipments and supplies to support the rescue work. So it is estimated that we will arrive on site at about 5 p.m. today. So right now we have established the temporary shelters to accommodate the local residents. Please stay tuned with us. Reporter, and right now we're still on the journey from Lhasa to the epicenter, the Xigaze City and the Dingri County. And in a few hours, we will about arriving the epicenter. So just now we are going through the highway, and this is the national highway, and we don't see much damages caused by the earthquake. And along the journey, we are seeing for some of the large-size machinery sent by the Xizang fire service. Together with us, they are also racing to the epicenter. So after the earthquake occurs, Xizang Autonomous Region immediately established the disaster relief headquarters. And right now, we all know that for the autonomous region has sent a number of rescue forces to the epicenter, including the military forces, armed police, public security, fire service, etc. And also for the state road, the Xizang branch has also launched the Level 2 highway traffic emergency response. And right now, the rescue work is still going on, and all the available rescue forces are racing to the epicenter to conduct the disaster relief. And also we continue to evaluate and monitor the situation of the epicenter to see if we can save more lives. At about 12 p.m., so we are seeing some of the collapse in the surrounding township, but with our efforts for some of the highway have been restored. Right now, you could see for many rescue forces, they are also racing to the epicenter for the rescue work. And also for the train city and the train facilities, they are also checking on the current situation to make sure that there will be safe journeys between the railway. And after the earthquake occurs, also the China Railway also initiate the emergency response.
Breaking news, at least 53 people have been killed after a magnitude 6.8 earthquake hit southwest China's Xizang autonomous region. Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for all-out efforts to save lives and minimize casualties. The China Earthquake Network Center says the quake struck Dingri County in the city of Xigaze around 9 this morning with a focal depth of 10 kilometers. The earthquake was also felt in Nepal. There are reports of collapsed houses. Local authorities have dispatched around 1,500 emergency workers for rescue and relief efforts. Military personnel have also been deployed. More than 20,000 emergency relief items, including tents, blankets, and camp beds, have been sent to the site. A seismologist at the China Earthquake Network Center has a preliminary analysis of the cause of the earthquake and the risk of aftershocks.
今天早上发生了一次6.8级地震。
A magnitude 6.8 earthquake struck this morning between Dingri and Dingri counties in Xizang. The earthquake occurred in the Himalayan tectonic belt with a north-south detachment fault. After a large earthquake, there will be an attenuation process, and aftershocks will still occur. The aftershocks are currently weak, so we predicted it's possible that another quake of magnitude 5 or higher will strike, but a more powerful quake than the first one is unlikely.
For more, let's bring in Xu Shiling, Deputy Director of the International Academy of the Red Cross at Soochow University. Hello there. So what are the main challenges facing rescue operations at this point?
Well, thank you for the question. We see rescuers from various sectors are already gathering to the affected area. Still, we would worry about the casualties, considering the existing building structures in the affected area, especially in rural areas. So the affected villages, we know dozens of them, are still during a renewal process of habitat environment. So that's why we see quite mixed situation. There are some rural houses with earthquake-proof structures and materials, yet still quite a proportion of houses built with bricks and wood in simple structure. So with the strong shake, such houses collapsed and caused the casualties, which, as we see, is still growing. Now, rescuers' actions are extended at a very high speed, and the main constraint or challenge of live rescue we see lie in two natural elements, the low temperature and the high altitude. So as one of the coldest regions in China, the recent highest temperature of the day in the affected area is only 2 Celsius degrees, while the lowest at night at minus 18 degrees. And at the time that the earthquake hit was early in the morning. Local people tend to be in houses, even in bed, considering the time differences when the earthquake shook their houses. Then for people trapped in collapsed houses, such low temperature does not tend to sustain them for very long. This would be one main reason that negatively impacts survival rate. On the other hand, the very high altitude of the affected area, which reached 4,500 meters, challenges rescuers on their adaptation capacity of the, for example, oxygen condition.
Well, Ms. Xu, what are the most needed relief supplies in the affected areas?
Well, while we see items from the government stores rushing at a very good rate, we see the main constraint and the biggest need lies in the warming supplies, including, yes, cordon bands and electricity generators, perhaps for each household, the heating stoves, still with safety precautions. And this would be the main need in 1 week. And for a longer period, we would predict the shelter camp planning and management would be crucial for the affected villages for the future, say, 3 or more months. This may require multiple actors to join the forces in camp services, including social workers involved. And during the winter, we may already plan for the recovery and reconstruction phases, especially call for combining the local development with the recovery efforts. And we still expect more information to tell us more. Thank you.
Thank you for your analysis, Ms. Xu Shiling, Deputy Director of IHL and Humanitarian Policy at International Academy of the Red Cross, Soochow University.
To CGTN. We'll now bring you the latest news from the southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region. Right now, at least 53 people dead and 62 injured after magnitude 6.8 earthquake hit Dingri County in the city of Xigaze. And the China Earthquake Network Center says the earthquake struck this morning at 9:05 a.m. Beijing time, with a focal depth of 10 kilometers. An earthquake was also felt in Nepal. There are reports of collapsed houses, while local authorities have dispatched around 1,500 emergency workers for rescue and relief efforts. And military personnel have also been deployed. More than 20,000 emergency relief items, such as tents and blankets and camp beds, have also been sent to the site. And earlier, we've talked to a seismologist at the China Earthquake Network Center, and he said that a preliminary analysis of the cause of the earthquake and risk of aftershocks is now under investigation. And now you're watching the live footage here. We've seen lots of cars and trucks are now deployed to assist the relief and rescue efforts after the earthquake happened in Xizang. And we've known that multiple people have died and dozens of others were injured. And we know that the earthquake is the largest within the 200-kilometer radius of the epicenter in the past 5 years. And of the magnitude 6.8 earthquake in Dingri County, Xigaze City, Xizang Autonomous Region, an emergency rescue headquarters was also immediately established to carry out rescue work. And reporters learned from the rescue headquarters that now rescue forces from the Xizang military region, armed forces, and the policemen, public security, forestry, and fire departments and transportation departments have all rushed to the epicenter and affected areas. And at present, many trapped people have been rescued, and currently the Xizang Autonomous Region has activated a level 2 response. And you are now watching the live pictures here. We've seen lots of systems deployed. They are from different departments, all rushed to the epicenter and affected areas. And we've also got news that after the earthquake, President Xi Jinping had pointed out that the magnitude 6.8 earthquake occurred in Dingri County, Xigaze City in Xizang, causing heavy casualties. And every effort should be made to carry out search and rescue operations, he said, treat the injured, minimize the casualties, and prevent secondary disasters, properly resettle the affected people, and do a good job in following up work. And President Xi also said it's necessary to strengthen earthquake monitoring and early warning, allocate rescue materials in a timely manner, rush to repair damaged infrastructure, and arrange the basic living needs of the people and ensure that they can spend the winter safely and warmly. And right now, we could see the pictures there, lots of firefighters and the policemen and also military forces. They've made every effort to help rescue those who are now trapped under the rubble. And we know that Premier Li Qiang is also stated that it's necessary to quickly verify the disaster situation and casualties and go all out to organize the rescue work, strengthen earthquake monitoring and prevent all kinds of secondary disasters, and make every effort to reduce casualties. And the latest news is that the earthquake struck area is located in a high altitude and cold region, and it is winter now. So we've seen that everyone is wearing very warm clothes. We don't know whether that will add some difficulties for the rescue work, but we've seen that everyone is trying their best to rescue those who have been suffered on the rubble. And we've seen now someone has been dig out and they're carrying the injured people out of the rubble. And as we mentioned before, the earthquake-stricken area is located in a high altitude and cold region. And every effort should be made to ensure the basic living needs of the affected people in the disaster area and help them spend the winter warmly. That's what being stated by Premier Li Qiang. And the central government has attached great importance to the rescue and relief efforts that has been sent to Xizang autonomous region. And we've got the latest news that besides the important instructions of President Xi Jinping and the requirements of Li Qiang, a member of the political bureau of the Central Committee and Vice Premier of the State Council, Zhang Guoqing, also led the responsible comrades of the relevant departments to rush to the scene to guide rescue and disposal work. Now we can see the landscape there in Xizang. That's Dingri County of Xigaze County city in Xizang autonomous region. It's a vast panoramic view there. We can see that this area is in a very high altitude. It's a barren land there, so it might be a little bit difficult for the rescue and relief efforts to reach to that side. But although some difficulties still remain, but the authorities are still making their best efforts to rescue those who are still trapped under the rubble. And the Office of the State Council Earthquake Relief Headquarters and Ministry of Emergency Management activated a level 3rd National Earthquake Emergency Response, and the Xizang Autonomous Region organized forces to go all out to carry out rescue and disaster relief work and properly resettle the affected people. All aspects of earthquake relief work are being carried out in an intense and orderly manner. Now, the latest figure we've got is 53 people have been died and 62 injured after the magnitude 6.8 earthquake hit Xizang Autonomous Region. And we've seen that people are still trying their best to rescue the people who have been trapped under the rubble. And we want to tell you that the landscape there in Xizang Autonomous Region is very vast region, and the 6.8 earthquake hit Dingri County in Xigaze City, southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region, at a depth of 10 kilometers on Tuesday at 9:05 a.m. Beijing time this morning. That is the latest information we've got for you from the China Earthquake Network Center. And the epicenter is located at the northern foot of Himalayan belt, which has numerous large-scale faults. So it is only 65 kilometers away from Mount Chomolungma, the roof of the world. So as we mentioned, this is a very high altitude region, and the winter is usually very cold at that high mountains. But we've seen the rescue workers are still trying their best to rescue those who have been trapped under the rubble. And the reporters learned from the state grid Xizang Electric Power Company said that the first batch of emergency rescue workers, consisting of more than 60 people and 6 power protection vehicles, have already arrived at the scene in Dingri County to carry out the repair and restoration work of power facilities. And of 1:25 p.m. this afternoon, the power supply in Dingri County has been restored. That is the good news. In the meantime, the company has provided 4 20 kilowatt standby generators for the on-site command post. So we've been still wondering if there is any further information have been released from the authorities, and we will keep you updated on the situation as the story develops. Now you're watching live pictures here on CGTN. We're live broadcasting for you. The latest earthquake happened in Xizang Autonomous Region. And the latest figures we've got is that 53 people have been died and 62 injured after the magnitude 6.8 earthquake hit Xizang Autonomous Region. And we've seen that local authorities immediately established an emergency rescue headquarters to carry out rescue work. And reporters learned from the rescue headquarters that rescue forces from Xizang military region, armed police and public security, forestry and fire departments, and transportation departments have already rushed to the epicenter and affected areas. Now you're watching live pictures there, and we've seen that those kind of people are rushing to the epicenter and affected areas to help the relief and the rescue efforts. At present, many trapped people have been rescued. And the Office of the National Disaster Prevention, Mitigation and Relief Commission and the Ministry of Emergency Management, based on the impact of the disaster and needs of local disaster relief work, activated a national-level second disaster relief emergency response. And in conjunction with the National Food and Strategic Reserves Administration, they urgently allocated 22,000 pieces of central disaster relief materials to the disaster-stricken area, including cotton tents, cotton padded overcoats, quilts, and folding beds, and special disaster relief materials for high altitude and cold regions to support local efforts in providing disaster relief and assistance to affected people. Now we can see lots of tents have been established. Those are the temporary working centers for those who rushed to the epicenter and the affected areas. We hope more people will be rescued at this point. And the latest news we've got is that already lots of people have been rescued under the rubble. And previously we've seen the pictures from CGTN that lots of people have been rescued already. And we hope there are some good news, and as the story is floating right now, we will keep you updated on the disaster stricken areas and keep you updated on the latest information that we've got from the authorities. And we've seen that people are still rushing to the epicenter. And previously, we've been alive close to the reporters who are rushing to the epicenter and affected areas of the earthquake hit Xizang. And he said that he's currently on the road from Lhasa to Dingri County, Xigaze City, and it will take less than 5 hours to arrive. And he said that we haven't got any situation where the Xigaze section of Yangcheng Expressway and the Xigaze section of National Highway have been affected or damaged by the earthquake. And the reporter also told us that they've saw large rescue vehicles of the Xizang Forest Fire Brigade and emergency communication repair vehicles rushing to the scene along with them. And after the earthquake occurred, the Xizang Autonomous Region immediately set up emergency rescue headquarters to carry out rescue work. And we've learned that from the rescue headquarters that now the rescue forces, including the Xizang military region, the armed force and police, the public security, the forestry and the firefighting and transportation departments, have also rushed to the epicenter affected areas. Now we've seen the live pictures from Xizang, and we've seen that the houses have been collapsed. There's still lots of damage to the area, but the good news is that there are some of the people have been rescued from the rubble. And the Xizang Department of Transportation initiated level 2 emergency response for highway traffic emergencies. And the National Development and Reform Commission has urgently allocated 100 million yuan to support the post-disaster emergency recovery in the earthquake-stricken areas of Xizang. Now you can see large groups of vehicles are now rushing to the epicenter and the earthquake-affected areas. Now you're watching live footage here. The live signal showed us there are lots of people to assist the rescue and relief efforts. And our reporter is still on the way to arrive in Dingri County, Xigaze City, and he previously told us that the highway have been affected or damaged by the earthquake is still unknown. We need to verify from that. But from the scene we've been watching, it's still good transportation there, and we wish that our rescue efforts will soon arrive and help those kind of people rescued out of the rubble. And on the way, we saw large rescue vehicles of the Xizang Forest Fire Brigade and emergency communication repair vehicles rushing to the scene along with our reporters. You are now watching live footage from CGTN. Please stay with us and we will keep you updated on the rescue and relief efforts and also the aftershocks maybe happened during those kind of situation, and we will keep you updated as the story develops. And we've seen that the Office of the National Disaster Prevention, Mitigation and Relief Commission and the Ministry of Emergency Management, based on the impact of the disaster and the needs of local disaster relief work, have activated a national level second disaster relief emergency response. And the latest news we've got from the authorities is that the NDRC, National Development and Reform Commission, has announced that the government will release about 1,000 million yuan to assist those kind of efforts to help the Xizang region to restore the situation, and also the main money will be used to help re-establish the roads and railways and schools and infrastructures, including the hospitals. Those kind of public service situation will be soonly re-established and to help the situation come back to normal. And according to the history, we've known that Lhasa region have occurred about 21 times of magnitude earthquake above 6 point, and the largest one is happened in 2017 in Xizang Miling. That is a 6.9 magnitude earthquake. So as we mentioned before, the situation is a little bit difficult for the relief efforts and rescue workers to help those kind of people out of the trouble, and they are still running around the clock to help those relief and rescue workers to help those vulnerable people out of the rubble. And President Xi Jinping has also pointed out that the magnitude 6.8 earthquake occurred in Dingri County, Xigaze City, in Xizang, causing heavy casualties, and he said every effort should be made to carry out search and rescue operations, treat the injured, and minimize casualties, prevent secondary disasters, and properly resettle the affected people, and do a good job in follow-up work. And President Xi Jinping also said it is necessary to strengthen earthquake monitoring and early warning, allocate rescue materials in a timely manner, rush to repair damaged infrastructure, and arrange the basic living needs of the people and ensure that they can spend the winter safely and warmly. And 53 people have been confirmed dead and 62 others injured as of Tuesday afternoon. That's the latest figure we've got for you. The latest information is that 53 people have been confirmed dead and 62 others injured. So after this magnitude 6.8 earthquake jolted Dingri County in the city of Xigaze in Xizang Autonomous Region at 9:05 a.m. on Tuesday this morning, Beijing time. And China Earthquake Administration launched level 2, level second, that is, rather, emergency service response and sent a work team to the site to assist with disaster relief efforts. Now we've seen the panoramic view of the landscape. We've seen that high mountains there and the land is barren, so it maybe adds some difficulties for the rescue efforts because it is winter now in China and it's a little bit difficult to rescue those people in such cold winter. Low temperatures might hamper the rescue efforts. And this is the scene we've seen from the helicopter, the panoramic view of Xizang Autonomous Region. Now you're watching live pictures here, live broadcasting for you from CGTN about the earthquake in Xizang. And some 22,000 disaster relief items, including cotton tans, cotton coats, quilts, and folding beds, together with special relief materials for high altitude and frigid areas, have been dispatched by central authorities to the quake-hit area. And over 1,500 local firefighters and rescue workers have also been dispatched. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered all-out rescue efforts to minimize casualties after the magnitude 6.8 earthquake jolted Dingri County in Xigaze City, southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region, on Tuesday morning. And previously, we've seen live footages from Xizang County. We've seen that the earthquake has jolted the county and the windows are still shaking around and lots of items have been fallen off the wall. 53 people have been confirmed dead and 62 others injured of the magnitude 6.8 earthquake. And many buildings near the epicenter of Dingri County and its surrounding areas have collapsed. And the Western Theater Command of the Chinese People's Liberation Army has dispatched a 50-strong team to the disaster-stricken areas to carry out rescue operations. And we've seen the live footages there. Local authorities and firefighters and also the rescue workers have been working around the clock to rescue those who are still trapped under the rubble. Now, the good news is that some of the people have been rescued, and we've seen the live pictures there. One more people have been rescued out of the rubble. And previously, our reporters, who is still rushing to the scene, told us that the tremors were also felt in neighboring Nepal's capital, Kathmandu, some 400 kilometers away. And we've seen that people are still rushing to the scene to rescue those who trapped on the rubble. Now we could see firefighters running to the epicenter now. We've seen that buildings have been collapsed, and it's still very, very cold in such high altitude mountains in Xigaze City, in Xizang autonomous region. And we hope that more people can be rescued at this very significant and crucial time. We know that sometimes tremors will occur after the magnitude above magnitude 6-point earthquake happened in such kinds of difficult rescue situation there. Yeah, we've seen the locals, they just express their gratitude for those people who rushed to the scene to rescue their family members. And they really did a fantastic job there. We've seen that they're trying their best to rescue those who are trapped under the rubble using their bare hands. And there are reports of collapsed houses while local authorities have dispatched 1,500 emergency workers for rescue and relief efforts. And military personnel have also been deployed. More than 20,000 emergency relief items such as tents, blankets, and camp beds have been sent to the site. Previously, I've been to Xizang region, and my impression is that these areas very beautiful, but majority of the houses are made of rocks and stones, so it might be a little bit difficult for those people who can reach to the epicenter. Although the expressway have now provide much more convenience for the people to travel to Xizang, but it's still very difficult for rescue and relief efforts to reach to such kind of areas because you know that this epicenter is not far away from Mount Chomolungma, and the mountains is very high, and especially during this kind of winter, bitter cold regions, you know, and people need to wear very heavy clothes and coats and to keep warm. So really, really difficult, but they are trying their best to rescue those who are still trapped on the rubble. And right now, we've seen that a lot of vehicles are now to assist the rescue and relief efforts. Those red trucks are now getting ready to rush to the scene. And previously, our reporters told us that these kind of people are consist of the firefighters and rescue workers and also public security, military forces, people from all walks of life trying their best to get to the epicenter, to devote their efforts and make contributions to the post-disaster rescue efforts. And currently, all the maintenance sectors from the Xigaze Highway Development and Emergency Support Center have sent all their staff onto the roads to conduct post-earthquake inspections and emergency repair and traffic guarantee work on roads and important structures. But we've seen that there are lots of damage there on the road, and the highways have been broken, so the transportation have been cut off, and the local people are now trying their best to restore those kind of situation back to normal.
And also for the fracture, it also related to the history, because in this area, it used to have many high altitude earthquake happened, because this is the feature for the movement of the earthquake. In 2015, actually near this area, it also have a very high altitude, nearly like altitude 8 earthquake. So some of the aftershocks have been affected in this area. So that is the principle, and this will also have a influence of the fracture. So we will say that this time, it is not an aftershock of the previous earthquake. It is an independent earthquake that happened this time. Because this is quite normal, and this is actually the feature of this time of the earthquake. And also, this is very close to the Chumuloma, and any reminders to the climbers. Well, this time I would say it is a very high altitude earthquake. However, if it is very close to the Chumuloma, and we have to be aware of the secondary disasters, so we still have to stay vigilant about all of these secondary disasters. And actually, 1 hour before the shock, actually we already have like 8 shocks before the magnitude 6.8 earthquake. Is that normal? And also, we have seen a lot of the aftershocks after the earthquake. Well, this time, the reason why we have many times of aftershocks, I would say it is a quite normal situation. We monitor the magnitude above like magnitude 3 earthquake, but still we have like multiple aftershocks. I would say like 8 times is not quite a frequent time, but still we have to understand the intervals between the aftershocks. And gradually, we will see the energy will be released and of the Lhasa plate. And at this stage, we have many times of the aftershocks about like magnitude 4. And in the future, maybe we have a lower level of the magnitude earthquake. And this is quite normal. And also this time, I would say this earthquake happened in a high altitude place. It is not a densely populated place, but still it caused a lot of injuries and casualties. But still, if it occurs in some of the city areas, this will have a huge damage. And this time, it is relatively fewer casualties caused by the earthquake.
Half behind Lake Gan after the 62-year-old flipped.
friends from the media. And this morning at 9:05 a.m., there is a magnitude 6.8 earthquake occurred in the Dingri County of Xizang Autonomous Region. Chinese President Xi Jinping has attached great importance to this earthquake and also made important notification and guidance. And for this earthquake, it has caused huge damage, and we have spared no efforts to save the casualties and to mitigate the casualties and prevent the secondary disaster and accommodate the affected residents and do a good job for the aftermath work. We have to strengthen the monitoring of the earthquake and appropriate the relief resources, and we have to step up our efforts to repair the facilities, arrange the life for our residents, so to make sure all of these residents can spend the winter warmly. And also the State Council Premier Li Qiang also made an important notification. We have to continue our efforts to verify the situation of the disaster and also the casualty situation. We have to work to do our work to relieve the disaster and to prevent the secondary disaster and mitigate the damage. For the affected area is located in the high altitude space. Now it's in winter, we have to do what we can to ensure that the local residents can spend the winter safely and warmly. Now we are holding the press conference, and we have several deputies from the local authorities, for example, the party secretary and the deputy head from the municipal government of the Xigaze City, and also a member from the Dingri County. And also we have several news agencies attending the press conference, including the press releases from the Xinhua News Agency, the CMG, etc. Please all stand up, and we would observe a moment of silence. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Liu Huazhong to give us an update of the earthquake. Friends from the media, on January the 7th, 9:05 a.m., in Xigaze City, the Dingri County, a magnitude 6.8 earthquake occurred in the Dingri County with the depth of 10 kilometers. Dingri County, Cuoguo Township, Qunou Township, and Changshou Township, Lixia Township, Jiacuo Township, and Xigaze Town, Guojia Township, Xiongmai Township, Quxia Township, Manpu Township, Xiqing Township, and the Lazi Town are affected by the earthquake. According to our calculation, by 3 p.m., this earthquake caused 95 deaths and 130 people injured. We are still calculating the situation of the collapse of the houses. Some of the areas, we are seeing some of the houses collapse, and also we are seeing some of the ambulance and emergency vehicles has been entered into the affected region to provide support and relief. After the earthquake occurred, we are seeing the Chinese President Xi Jinping has also attached great importance to this disaster and made important guidance. Also, the State Council Premier Li Qiang also made notification to provide guidance for the disaster relief work. For the Xizang Autonomous Region, immediately launched the Level 2 emergency response, and the Party Secretary of the Xizang Autonomous Region has raised to the affected areas to provide instructions And also the Xigaze City also organized the rescue team to provide support for the rescue relief. Relevant parties and departments have gradually arrived at the epicenter. Right now, we are still monitoring the situation and evacuating the local residents and appropriate resources. We are trying our best to reduce the casualties and prevent secondary disasters. We will do our best to accommodate the affected residents and do a good job for the aftermath. And also, we will allocate all the available rescue forces, including people from the military forces, police, and public securities, to race to the epicenter to provide support for the rescue relief. We also send out 340 medics to go to the epicenter. We also prepare a great number of relief materials such as quilts, cotton coats, folding beds, etc., to relieve the disaster. Everything is in order, and we are trying our best to evacuate the residents, and we are repairing and fixing some of the facilities. Going next, we will continue to follow the instructions from President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang. We will continue to monitor the situation and do our best to save more lives and reduce the casualties and ensure the basic living needs for the residents to make sure they can spend a safe winter. And we will keep you updated. Thank you. Dear friends, going next, we will continue to follow the important instructions from President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang and arrange our work to conduct the disaster relief work. And we will spare no efforts to save more lives and allocate all the available resources to allocate the resources to provide support. That's the end of today's press conference. Thank you. We work to save some of the livestock. So first we will remove the door and also try to save some of the livestock. You could see we have 2 people helping with the save of the poultry and the livestock. And now you could see the main body of the house has been collapsed. And now we are transferring the property of the local people. Now we have successfully saved 1 yak. And altogether we have 2. Now we have safely evacuated 2 yaks from the herdsman. So right now we are going to another household, and a horse was trapped in the household. Now you could see in this area, the Xizang village of the Dingri County, some of the walls have been collapsed. And for some of the houses, they have been severely damaged. Now we are checking the situation of the houses in the village. I believe in one household, because of the collapse of the wall and also some of these persons' livestock have been trapped inside of the house. Unfortunately, when we came here, believe the horse was gone. Okay, we will move to another household.
You're watching live footages here on CGTN. We are keeping you updated on the latest information from Xizang. An earthquake has been stricken Xizang region, and a total of 95 people have been confirmed dead and 130 others injured as of 3 p.m. Tuesday. A 6.8 magnitude earthquake jolted Dingri County in the city of Xigaze in southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region at 9:05 a.m. Tuesday Beijing time. That is today's morning Beijing time. And all-out rescue efforts are now underway following Xizang's 6.8 magnitude earthquake. And rescuers are braving the very freezing temperatures in combing through the rubble in their search and rescue of survivors of the magnitude 6.8 earthquake jolted the county in southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region on Tuesday morning. And we've seen that rescue workers and military forces and also firefighters, public security personnel have been rushed to the scene right now to rescue those who are now trapped under the rubble. And the good news is that we've seen relevantly, currently lots of people have been rescued from the rubble. And the epicenter is located in the Tosogo township of Dingri, and the 6.8 magnitude earthquake is the strongest tremor recorded in the county during the past 5 years. And according to a report issued by the China Earthquake Network Center, the quake hit at the depth of 10 kilometers. And according to the weather forecast from China's National Meteorological Center, the temperature in Dingri County on Tuesday could range from minus 18 degrees Celsius to 0. That is very cold right now. And we could see that the rescue operation is conducted right now, and people are wearing very heavy coats to keep warm. So the low temperatures, the bitter cold winter weather, and also, the high altitude of the mountain may hamper the rescue operation. But still, although there are some of the difficulties, people are still trying their best and working around the clock to rescue those people who are now trapped under the rubble. And we've seen that there are many people now rescued from the rubble. And we've seen that the collapsed houses and the debris are surrounding around them, but that will not hamper the efforts of the personnel who are now rescuing those people. And the press conference has just been held in Xizang to brief us the latest information about the earthquake. And authorities said they will try all their efforts to rescue those who are now still trapped on the rubble. And we know that the Chinese military has sent drones to aid quick rescue in Xizang. A Y-20 aircraft deployed to assist in Xizang relief efforts. Because you know that the magnitude 6 hit Dingri County, Xigaze City in southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region, causing building collapses and casualties. So the Western Theater Command swiftly set up the disaster relief system and sent a forward command post. And at 2:05 p.m., personnel boarded a Y-20 aircraft to coordinate the relief efforts in this area. And after the earthquake, President Xi Jinping has pointed out that the magnitude 6.8 earthquake occurred in Dingri County, in Xigaze City, in Xizang, causing heavy casualties. And he said that efforts effort should be made to carry out rescue and search operations, treat the injured, and minimize casualties. And we've seen that local people have expressed their sincere gratitude to those personnel who have tried all their efforts to rescue their relatives under the rubble. They are digging out the earth by burying. So although it's a little bit difficult for them to conduct these rescue and relief operations, they are trying their best to restore the constructions and facilities back to normal. And also life is the priority. So they are trying their best to rescue those who are still trapped under the rubble. And we've seen that the houses are severely damaged and lots of collapsed buildings we've seen in the pictures. You're watching live pictures here on CGTN. We are keeping you updated every minute about the situation in Xizang, where a magnitude 6.8 earthquake have stricken the area. And right now, at least 95 people are dead and 130 injured after the earthquake. And the China earthquake say, and the earthquake can also felt in Nepal. There are reports of collapsed houses, while local authorities have dispatched around 1,500 emergency workers for rescue and relief efforts. Military personnel have also been sent and deployed, and more than 20,000 emergency relief items such as tents, blankets, and camp beds have been sent to the site. And a seismologist at the China Earthquake Network Center has a preliminary analysis of the cause of the earthquake and the risk of aftershocks. So previously, our reporter have told us they are rushing to the scene of the epicenter. It will take less than 5 hours to arrive. And we've seen right now lots of large rescue vehicles of Xizang Forest Fire Brigade and emergency communication repair vehicles rushing to the scene along with our reporters. And after the earthquake occurred, the Xizang Autonomous Region immediately set up an emergency rescue headquarters to carry out the rescue work. And we've learned from the rescue headquarters and now the rescue forces, including Xizang Military Region, the armed police, the public security, the forestry, and firefighting and transportation departments have all rushed to the epicenter and affected areas. And we can see now the live pictures. You're watching the live pictures here. We're showing you on CGTN. Those are the vehicles reaching to the epicenter, and we've seen that the railways and the highways have been damaged. And at present, many trapped people have been rescued. That is the good news. But we've seen lots of people have lost their lives. 95 people dead and 130 injured after the magnitude 6.8 earthquake hit the Xizang Autonomous Region. And the Xizang Department of Transportation has initiated a level 2 emergency response for highway traffic emergencies. Shortly after the earthquake, the Chinese military sent a drone to survey the epicenter area, and the People's Liberation Army Western Theater Command said, in the meantime, the Theater Command Center's Air Force immediately activated the Disaster Relief Emergency Plan, organizing multiple transport aircraft, medical planes, helicopters, and ground forces to stand by. Now we've seen the military forces and personnel still rushing to the epicenter. And the National Development and Reform Commission urgently allocated 100 million yuan to support the post-disaster emergency recovery in the earthquake-stricken areas of Xizang. And we've seen that the temporary shelters and tents have been established around the epicenter to assist those relief and rescue efforts. And we've seen that the local people are now waiting for the help from the authorities. And the good news is that someone still survived from this disaster. Maybe at this point of moment, the life is a little bit difficult for them. They need more help from people coming from all walks of life. And we've seen that the houses have been severely damaged with the debris around them. The funds will be mainly used for the emergency recovery and construction of damaged roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, and other infrastructure and public service facilities in the disaster-stricken areas. As we mentioned, the National Development and Reform Commission urgently allocated 100 million yuan of investment within the central budget to support the post-disaster emergency recovery in the earthquake-stricken areas of Xizang, so as to promote the restoration of normal production and living order as soon as possible. So usually during such kind of crucial time, 24 hours and 72 hours will be the golden time for those people to arrive in the epicenter, to lend in a helping hand, to rescue those who are still trapped under the rubble. We've seen the houses have been severely collapsed and the debris is still around them. And we will keep you updated on the latest information whenever we get that, and we will provide you with more updates from the epicenter as soon as our reporters' arrival. And power supply in Dingri County, Xizang has restored. That is the good news. And we know that affected by the earthquake, the passenger train from Xigaze to Lhasa on January the 7th was suspended. And to meet the travel needs of passengers, the passenger train from Xigaze to Lhasa was additionally operated on January the 7th. And we've just learned from the state grid Xizang Electric Power Company that first batch of more than 60 emergency repair personnel and 6 power maintenance vehicles have arrived at the scene in Dingri County to carry out the repair and restoration work of power facilities. After the earthquake occurred, the state grid Xizang Electric Power has initiated a level 2nd emergency response for earthquake disasters, and its affiliated state grid Xigaze Power Supply Company and Dingri County Power Supply Company have initiated a level 1 emergency response for earthquake disasters. And as of 1:25 p.m., power supply in Dingri County has been restored. And meanwhile, the company has provided 420 kilowatt backup generators for the on-site headquarters. And regarding on-site situation in the earthquake-stricken area, we will send back more detailed reports after arriving at the epicenter. So we will keep you updated on that story as we get more information. And President Xi Jinping has pointed out that this earthquake, and he said that more efforts is needed at this typically important period of time. And previously, there is a press conference being held in Xizang, and authorities and the local government officials have emphasized the importance of sending personnel to help with the rescue and relief efforts. And they said they will try all their efforts and try their best capabilities to save those people. As we previously mentioned, the epicenter of this earthquake is 158 kilometers away from the mountains, and it's very high altitude and cold winter in Xizang. The temperatures are very low right now. And more than 3,400 people from various forces, including forest fire brigades, armed police, public security, and troops, as well as more than 150 vehicles and equipment, have been rapidly mobilized to go to the front line for the personnel search and rescue work. And more than 340 medical staff have been dispatched to the earthquake-stricken area to treat the wounded and trapped people. Meanwhile, a batch of disaster relief materials such as self-heating rice, mineral water, instant noodles, cold-proof overcoats, and cold-proof shoes, quilts, beds, and tents have been urgently allocated to the earthquake-stricken area. At present, all rescue and relief work is being stepped up, and the work of hidden danger investigation, mass danger avoidance, resettlement,
也在陆续到达并投入到我们救援中。我们同时还做好了受灾群众的安置和后续保障工作，加强对安置点的防火巡查和消防安全宣传，防止我们再次发生这个灾害，保障受灾群众的生命财产安全。目前的话，我们最大的困难也就是海拔高，我们这镇中平均海拔达到了这个4315米，天气也很寒冷。
In this area, the temperature is very low, -3 Celsius degree, and also the weather condition also pose a lot of challenge for us for the disaster relief. We have to make all our efforts for the relief. Thank you. So very hard work for all of you in order to ensure a successful work for the disaster relief and protect the property of our people and the life of our people. And also, we have the rescue forces to allocate like different routes for the vehicle arrangement to make sure that we have a green channel for the rescue and the relief vehicles can enter into the epicenter smoothly. So for all the private vehicles, they are not allowed to use this green channel. So how to deal with this disaster and how we can deal with the aftershock? According to the CENC, as of 3 p.m. today, we have recorded over 16 times of the aftershocks. After the earthquake, we are seeing that we have gradual release of the energy of the plate of the fracture. So after the earthquake, we will see that the aftershock will be lower than the major earthquake. In general, we will see that as for the level and the scale of the magnitude, it is closely related to the main earthquake. And also, we will have expecting a lower level of the magnitude of the aftershock. But it is hard to say how long it will last for the aftershocks. For some of them, it will last for like months, and some of them will last for even tens of years. But that depends on the magnitude size. We have different types of the earthquake. The first one is an isolated type of the earthquake, means that we don't have much more of the aftershock. And the second is the aftershock, and we will see we have different types of the aftershock, but they will not have a very large scale. And the third type, we have multiple times of the large scale of the magnitude. And in China, actually, we have 80% of this earthquake. They are closely related to the major earthquake, meaning that after the high scale of the major shock occurs, we will have lower level of the aftershock. Then what shall we do for the aftershock? According to the experts, we have to stay alert all the way along. First of all, we have to prevent the secondary disasters, for example, the landsliding, the collapse of the water reservoir. And when we are setting up the temporary shelters, we have to stay away from these areas. And the second, we need to pay attention to the epicenter to make sure that we could evacuate these people to safety places. Even though you are seeing that the house is not collapsed, but do not enter into the houses because it's still in a dangerous place. We have to make sure that we need to have a high awareness to protect ourselves from the aftershocks so as to reduce the casualties. Information of the these times of the seismic quake. And this time, actually, we are seeing that it is at the seismic belt of Himalaya, and it is inside of the Qinghai Xizang plate, and this is because of the tension and the collision between the two plates, which caused the uplift of the Xizang plateau. And also, this fracture happens from the south to the north. And this have a very huge tension between the east and the west, and also the south and the north. And this will cause also a huge fracture. And this is actually in line of our previous historic information. In this area, we have many times of high altitude earthquake. And this is one of the features of this kind of earthquake. Actually, in 2015, we have the Lipo earthquake, which about the scale 8 magnitude, and the aftershock is also very high. According to our survey, at that time, we are seeing that that kind of fraction and earthquake will have some of the impact to this time's earthquake. So I would say this is a normal movement of the geological fracture. And this is also an independent earthquake. And it is hard to say whether it is normal or not. And also, this place is very close to the Chumulama. Any reminders to the travelers? Well, this time we would say we have a huge damage of the earthquake. But we would say this is not a huge one, but as it is very close to the Chumulama, but still we have to prevent the secondary disasters. So we still have to stay alert to make sure that there will not be any snow sliding, etc. And according to the reports, and we are saying that we have 8 shocks before the magnitude 6.8 earthquake, and also we have many aftershocks. Is that normal? And you mentioned that the magnitude 6.8 is not a very high altitude magnitude. So what's your take? Well, actually, we would say we have many aftershocks after the major earthquake, but we only capture those like earthquake above like a magnitude 3.0. So 8 times of the aftershocks is not a frequent one, because we only capture the magnitude above level 3. But later on, we will say for all of these aftershocks will be diminishing. So right now we are seeing the aftershock is about like magnitude 3 to magnitude 4, but in the future, maybe we would say this magnitude will continue to decrease, and we will not saying that we have like a lot of the aftershocks. Is quite normal. And this time, but even though the epicenter is located in a high altitude place, still it caused a lot of damage and also a lot of the casualty. But if this earthquake happened in the city center, and also it is hard to imagine what damage would be caused to us. City, the epicenter. And just now we are like 2 hours away from the epicenter. And right now we are at the National Highway, and now we are at the Xigaze section. It is a two-way expressway. We also see a lot of vehicles traveling on this national way. But still, we are quite smooth on the journey, and now we are not seeing a lot of the landslide, etc. Welcome back. So we are still approaching the epicenter of the Dingri County. Because of the high altitude, now you could see the signal is quite weak. And as I just mentioned, the rescue forces are also racing to the epicenter. And also I saw some of the vehicles, they travel on the opposite way. And also I'm seeing some of the ambulance. I believe for some of these ambulance, they are transferring the injured to the People's Hospital in the Xigaze City. And I believe all the injured has been sent to the hospital for further treatment. And just now we are past the Xigaze township of the Xigaze City. Because of the earthquake, for that village, among the 50 households, more than 30 of them have different level of collapse or damage, according to the information from the Meteorological Bureau. And in the affected areas, the lowest temperature will reach -18 Celsius degree. And right now we are setting up tents to accommodate the affected people, and also we will bring some quilts and heating devices to the tent. And also for the Xizang Autonomous Region, they also established a specialized task force to provide the real-time weather forecast. And today is quite cloudy, and also the average temperature is about -14 to 16 Celsius degree. And also the scale of the wind have reached 7 to 8. And all of these weather conditions will also pose some of the challenges for our rescue work. But as we come into the evening, I believe the temperature will continue to drop. And also we will be expecting to experience the scale 7 to 8 strong wind. We also want to make sure that the local people can be protected, and also the heating devices can be brought to the tents. And this afternoon we have a press conference, and according to the press conference, by the 3 p.m. today, we found 95 people dead and 130 people injured because of the earthquake. And now it is the golden hours for the rescue work. And also we are seeing the rescue forces, they are also racing to the epicenter to provide support for the disaster relief. For example, the armed police and the Western Theater Command. And the Western Theater Command also sent out the servicemen to visit the surrounding township to the epicenter to provide support. And also we have sent out 2 helicopters for the relief work. 3 medical team has been dispatched to the epicenter to provide urgent services to the injuries. And also in the Xigaze City, we have gathered 143 tents and also more than 30 heating devices to make sure that we can properly accommodate the affected people. And also for the Xizang military forces, they allocate a second group of rescue forces up to 800 people. They are standby right now and they can race to the epicenter immediately. Now still we are on our way to the epicenter. And along the National Expressway, we are not seeing the collapse or damages caused by the earthquake. According to the previous information, the Xigaze City, we could see this city has already allocated all the available rescue forces to do the inspection and provide support to the disaster relief. On today's night of 5 a.m., a magnitude 6.8 earthquake hit in Dingri County in Xizang Autonomous Region, and this has caused heavy casualties. And also, we have over 3 townships that have within 20 kilometers to the epicenter, the Dingri County. This afternoon, we have the press conference, and according to the latest situation, by 3 p.m., it caused 95 people dead and 130 people injured. For the National Disaster Relief Ministry, we have initiated Level 4 emergency response and also the Level 2 National Earthquake Emergency Response. And also, we will allocate the resources over 220,000 pieces, such as quilt, folding, stove, blankets, and to provide support for the disaster relief. And also, for the financial ministry, has allocated over 100 million RMB for the disaster relief. And also, we will continue our efforts to prevent the secondary disasters. For the China Red Cross Society has urgently allocated quilts, folding beds, and down coats, altogether 440 pieces, to make sure that we can provide support to the affected people. And we will continue to evaluate the disaster situation and evacuate the affected people. And also for the Western Theater Command, at about 2 p.m., a first group of the soldiers and servicemen have taken the Wild 20 to come to the epicenter to provide support for the disaster relief. The NDRC immediately allocated 100 million RMB to provide support for the post-construction of the earthquake in order to restore the power plants and also to restore the production and the social order. And also for the state-owned Xizang Power Company has also sent 6 power-supplied vehicles to restore the electricity in the Dingri County. As of 2 p.m. this afternoon, the electricity and the power has been restored in the region. After the occurrence of the earthquake, the Xigaze City immediately established the disaster relief headquarters, and right now all the available rescue forces have been raised to the epicenter to provide support. As of now, many people have been safely evacuated and rescued by the rescue forces.
Know is that the death toll has unfortunately risen to 95 people who have died from this earthquake and another 130 people injured. That number is according to a press conference held today at 3 p.m. by the local government. Now, where did this earthquake take place? The epicenter of the quake was in the county Dingri in Xizang. Is near the city of Xigaze. Now, this place has about 381 natural villages. There are about 43 temples. It's got about 60,000 people. According to the county's official website, it is actually the most populous county in the Xizang region, and it borders the country of Nepal. And from some media reports, we know that in Nepal and some place in India, people also felt the quake, but as of now, there was no casualty reported in these two countries. Now, what you have to understand is that this county is in this remote corner of Xizang, which is in southwestern China. And on the website, it says the average income, disposable income, is about 12,000 RMB per year. So as you can imagine, the people here are not exactly affluent. And as we can see from the footage, a lot of these buildings that collapse are very old styled brick houses made from essentially just earth. And that's also what the rescue workers have told me, that a lot of these very old houses collapsed, and that's what they're trying to rescue. Now we can see from the screen that there was a press conference held this afternoon. Indeed, it is a very, very important event in the region, and the local government is doing everything it can to help rescue people who are perhaps still being trapped, and also they've sent a lot of emergency supplies to the residents. From what I know, the temperature right now in the region is about -5 to 6 degrees, which is pretty cold, and it will drop to -10 or even -18 degrees. So I've been told that the local emergency response office has sent a lot of supplies such as blankets, tents, water, food, to just keep people warm throughout this night. As obviously, if your house collapsed, you cannot stay in the house tonight. And local rescue worker has also told me that they're trying to save a lot of dog animals who've been trapped in these houses. I've seen footage of cows, horses being rescued from the rubbles. As I mentioned, this part of Xizang is modest in terms of people's income. So these livestock actually worth a lot, and the residents perhaps rely on these livestock for their livelihood once the disaster rescue phase has passed. Now, of course, the Chinese government is taking this disaster very seriously. Chinese President Xi Jinping today emphasized that the full-scale search and rescue efforts must be carried out to minimize casualties to the greatest extent possible and to properly resettle affected residents and ensure their safety and warmth through the winter. Now, this region is very high in terms of altitude. It's about, I believe, somewhere around 4,000 meters of altitude, and is actually very close to the base camp for Mount Everest. So if you look up the name of the county, you can actually see people going there to travel to Mount Everest. But now all those plans have been canceled because of this disaster. A lot of landslide that's taken place that is blocking the road. So I think for tonight, the biggest question is how to keep all the people warm. And a lot of emergency supplies have been sent to these affected villages from the central government. 100 million RMBs have been allocated to help with the emergency relief and to help with post-disaster reconstruction. So earthquakes are unfortunately common in the region. Today's quake was the most powerful one recorded within a 200-kilometer radius in the last 5 years. The last very deadly earthquake happened also in the western China, in Gansu in 2023, where 148 people were unfortunately killed. And the nearest major city of the epicenter of the earthquake is, as we mentioned, Xigaze. And from what we know, a lot of the rescue workers, which include, the army, the police, the people who usually work in the forest fire brigade, they've all driven to the village that was struck the most heavily by this earthquake. The drive was about 3 to 4 hours. So the earthquake took place this morning at 9 a.m. And by 12, pretty much all the rescue workers have arrived on site, and they've been working, nonstop for about 5 hours now to try to minimize the damage and try to, help people get through tonight and the days follow. We also saw helicopters, drones in the region to help with the relief effort. From what we know, many people trapped have been rescued, but obviously it's really difficult to know how many more are still waiting to be rescued, and we will know more as the day goes on. So currently, the Xizang Autonomous Region has activated a level 2 response, which is the second highest level in the 4-tier response system. And reporters from news agencies have learned that the state grid electric power companies have tried to restore power supply, which is essential, for people to carry on with their lives. And from what I know, talking to the rescue workers, is that when they're conducting the rescue, they actually need to cut the power just so that they don't, get electrocuted when they're scavenging through the rubbles. So the situation is quite complex. I also asked them, where do you get your drinking water and everything? So right now they're getting their water from these emergency supplies because the normal sources for water has been polluted in the region. Now more on the situation on the ground. From what we understand is that tents are being erected on, in the empty spaces in the local township. And because it's so cold at night, it's minus 18 degrees, as low as that. So they're thinking of starting some fire in these tents to help people get through the night. Now, during the day, once the sun is out, the temperature rises to about above 0, maybe. Today, around noon, when I talked to the rescue workers, the temperature there was 0, which is still quite cold, but I guess bearable. As we speak, people are still searching in the rubbles for possible survivors and to rescue the livestock and everything. We have not had much update since the press conference that was held at 3 p.m. by the local government. So we're just also waiting for more information to come in.
土林村也迎来了一批这个消防武警的这个官兵们。我向前咨询了一下呢，这一批官兵呢，主要是来到我们的土林村，从这个咱们现在受损的这些房屋里面，去帮我们的这些人民群众们去抢救可以用的这些生活物资、保暖物资，来尽大可能的来减免我们这个人民群众的所受到的这个财产的这样一个损失。那么除此之外呢，我还了解到，目前呢。
And also for the Tuling village, it is out of power and electricity. And right now, we have the power company here and checking and try to restore the power supply. It is estimated that the power can be restored by the end of today. And all these affected people can stay warm in the tents. And also, for the Xigaze City has also allocated and appropriated food and other daily necessities to the Xizang County, the Tuling village, to ensure the livelihood of our people. So right now I'm coming very close to the temporary shelter. And this place is set in a relatively empty space. I could see we have around like 10 people. They gather together. They also have food to eat to stay warm. And also we have some village officials coming here, and also they bring them the hot waters and the quilt to make sure that these people can stay warm in the afternoon. So that is my update from Xizang County. Please stay tuned with us. Thank you very much for Keyu's visit to the Xizang County. Now you could see everything is in order. And after the earthquake happened, and for the military forces and armed forces, they have taken immediate actions to race to the Dingri County for the rescue work. So here we could see for the Western Theater Command, they have established a special task force, and also they launched the helicopters. And the first group of the rescuers, they have taken the Y-20 to flew to the epicenter. And also the PLA and the local armed places, they are visiting the different townships, which is close to the Dingri County, for the inspection and continue their work for the search and the rescue. And also we are sending out the medical team to race to the epicenter. Right now for the Xigaze City, it has also collected a great number of the relief resources such as the stove, blankets, the folding beds and quilts, so that they can provide the daily necessities to the local people. And also in the Xigaze Township, we could see we have 3 groups of the armed places for the rescue work. And also they rescue one the buried person, and this man was saved by the armed places. And right now we have evacuated 122 people in the designated areas, and also we are able to save 32 people that have been trapped inside of the household. And going forward, we will spare no efforts for the relief and the rescue work, and we will provide more medical services and to make sure that for all the affected people, they can spend the night warmly. And also the second group of the Western Theater Command have over 800 people, and they're at a standby position, and at any time they can race to the epicenter to conduct their work. And also 2 helicopters are also ready and stand by. And the third group of people are expected to arrive at 7 p.m. to the epicenter. in order to ensure the safety of the people and the property, and also the Xizang Autonomous Region, the Xigaze City, also launched the Level 2 Highway Traffic Emergency Alert. They also try their best to allocate the temporary traffic control and to make sure that the green channel could be opened for the traffic that brought the supplies and rescue supplies to the epicenter. And how can we deal with the aftershocks? Let's take a look. According to the CENC, could see that as of 2015, we are seeing that we have a great number of aftershocks after the magnitude 6.8 earthquake. So there is a gradual process for the release of the energy of the earthquake. So in general, after a strong quake occurs, and we will have relatively minor aftershocks. So in general, as for the magnitude of the aftershocks are closely linked to the major magnitude of the earthquake. So if the higher the magnitude of the major quake, and the aftershocks will be more. And for some of the aftershocks, they are taking place for like a few months, but some of them will take for years. And in China, we have divided the earthquake into three categories. The first one is the isolated part, meaning that after a separate major earthquake, we have very few earthquakes. And the second, meaning that we have relatively minor aftershock after the major shock. And the third one is the multiple aftershock. According to the calculation, in the Chinese mainland, 80% of the earthquakes are isolated type of the earthquake, meaning that 80% of the earthquake that is above the magnitude 5, the aftershock will be lower than the magnitude 5. So what shall we do if we face the aftershock? So according to the experts, we have to stay alert. So first of all, we have to prevent the secondary disaster, for example, the landsliding, the collapse of the water reservoir. And when we are choosing place to set up all of these temporary shelters, we have to stay away of those dangerous places. And second, we need to stay alert and make sure that we do not enter into our households. And especially, we have to wait before the authorities have a thorough check of the household. Even though your house seem not to collapse, but it is very dangerous, you have to raise your awareness and try our best to protect ourselves and reduce the casualty. According to the latest situation, and by 5 p.m., we have recorded 19 aftershocks, and which of them are all above like magnitude 3.0. At 9:42 a.m., and we have the largest aftershock. And this time that we are seeing that the magnitude 6.8 earthquake hit in Dingri County in Xizang Autonomous Region, causing heavy casualties. And also we have lifted the emergency response to level 2. And now I would like to give you an update for the weather forecast. So all right, here I'm standing at the Meteorological Bureau, and this morning we have alleviated this emergency response to level 3, and right now the emergency response has been lifted to level 2. And what is the weather conditions in the Xigaze City, and what is the situation in the epicenter, which is the Dingri County? So we are glad to be joined by Ms. Zhang, and she will tell us more information about the weather conditions. From this map, you could see that in the eastern side, it is quite cloudy, and maybe we were expecting to have a rainy and snowy days in this area. And in the epicenter, we could see the sky is quite clear according to our monitoring. In the epicenter, in the County, Tuomu Township, and the lowest temperature is about the -7 Celsius degree. The highest one is the 5 Celsius degree. However, we are seeing that we have very strong wind up to scale level 8. So what is the future trajectory of the weather condition in Xizang Autonomous Region? Well, going next, actually we will have a big drop of the temperature and also the drop of the snow, especially in the southern and the eastern part of the Xizang Autonomous Region and the Xigaze City, and especially for the northeast part, maybe we will have a very heavy snow. But in the Dingri County, which is the epicenter, and we would say we are expecting to have a very clear sky, a very good weather. But still, we have to pay attention to the strong wind. Especially, I would like to emphasize on the date on 7th and 8th of January, and we will have a dramatic decrease of the temperature, and also we are expecting to have a stronger wind on the 9th of January. We have to pay special attention to the strong wind. And this time, the epicenter is located in a high altitude place. So any reminders to the local people? Well, first of all, I have just mentioned, we have to be aware of the temperature, especially in the epicenter. We see a big fluctuation of the temperature, especially big differences of the temperature in the daytime versus nighttime. So in the evening, the lowest temperature is about -10 Celsius degree. And especially in late night, it will be extremely low temperature. We have to make sure that we can provide heating services to the local people and also be cautious about the use of fire. And because of the weather changes, this will also pose a lot of challenge to the local conditions and our rescue work. Thank you very much. And in the upcoming days, maybe we are expecting to have a low temperature and also strong wind. So make sure stay yourself warm. And that is my part from the Weather Forecast Center. Thank you. 6.8 magnitude hitting Xizang Autonomous Region, the Dingri County. And as of now, we are seeing that we have recorded about 19 times of the aftershocks. All of them are above the magnitude 3. And at about like 9:42 a.m., we have recorded the highest magnitude of the aftershock. So also within the 10 kilometers of the epicenter, we have about like 3 major water reservoirs. And also we are seeing that right now we don't see much danger in the operation of some of these water reservoirs. And this afternoon for the Xigaze City, they have held a press conference. So according to the report, 95 people found dead and 130 people found injured because of the earthquake. And also the Financial Ministry of China has also allocated 100 million yuan to provide support of the disaster relief. We have to do what we can to prevent the secondary disasters and to make all our efforts for the rescue and the relief. And since the occurrence of the earthquake, and the China Red Cross Society has also allocated over 4,600 pieces of the daily necessities to ensure the livelihood of the affected people. And also we are evaluating the situation in the affected region. After the occurrence of the earthquake, the Western Theater Command has dispatched 3 groups of the rescue forces. The first group of the soldiers have taken Y-20s to flew to the epicenter to provide support of the disaster relief. The NDRC today has also allocated 100 million RMB to provide support for the post-earthquake construction, especially to restore the power supply and also to restore the construction in the affected region. According to the state-owned Xizang Power Company, they have sent out 6 power supply vehicles to the epicenter to restore the electricity. As of 3 p.m., all of the electricity has been restored. For the Xigaze City, after the magnitude 6.8 earthquake happened, the Xizang Autonomous Region immediately organized the disaster relief headquarters, and also they have dispatched all the available rescue forces and raced to the epicenter. As of now, a great number of people has been saved and rescued from the epicenter. And now we have initiated Level 2 emergency response in the Dingri County of Xizang Autonomous Region.
较为严重的一栋房屋。我们看到这栋房屋的2楼啊，有一面墙已经完全的脱落了下来，并且呢，它的屋顶啊也出现了这样一个下塌的这样的一个形态，它的屋顶的结构也受到了一个完全的一个破坏，并且我们可以看到在地面上还有这个从2楼就被地震给晃下来的这些家具，以及掉落的这些砖墙石块这些。
The household.
我们也了解到，在这个村落
In this village,
39
we have 39 households, and for all of these households, they have experienced different level of damage because of the earthquake. And now you could see all the bricks and also the rubbles, and we have to clear the road to make sure that the transportation is smooth. And this afternoon, and also we are seeing that we have some military forces, the public security and the armed police coming here to bring some of the daily necessities to the local people. So let's walk around. So in this village, you can see for the other households, they also have different level of damage. We can see different the cracks on the walls. And on my right-hand side, you can see the cracks. That is very clear. As I just mentioned, we have 39 households here. For all of these residents and people, they have to be evacuated to other places. So, since the occurrence of the earthquake this morning, for all the 39 households, all of them have been relocated to 4 temporary shelters. So, if you can look at the blue tents, they are the closest temporary shelters. And also, we have set up 4 temporary tents to accommodate the residents. And for the 4 shelters altogether, we have 15 tents. According to the local officials, for each tent, it could accommodate 8 people. So right now, we could accommodate 32 people. By the evening, we will have to add 9 households into this temporary shelter. That means we need more tents to accommodate these people. And now we are waiting for the tents to arrive from Xigaze City to this Tuling village. And hopefully by the end of tonight, for all the people, they could be accommodated inside of the tents and stay warm throughout the evening. And now I'm walking into the temporary shelter, and we already received some of the daily necessities, for example, the hot water, the quilt, and instant noodles, etc. One more update, and in the Tuling village, we are out of power right now. But for the local authorities, they have the power supply and the power company to come to this place to check the lines and to make sure that the power supply can be recovered. Now, I'd like to take you inside of the tent. So, see, it is quite thick for the texture of the tent. I believe it could help us to prevent some of the wind. So right now the temperature is about 1 Celsius degree. It is estimated that in the midnight, and the temperature will drop below the minus 10 Celsius degree. And inside of the tent, you could see we have temporary beds, and also we have quilts available for the residents. And also we have blankets and everything we need. And also we are seeing for the armed police, they bring us the daily necessities, and also today after the strong earthquake, for some of the buildings and households, they are quite fragile and very dangerous. And when the armed police come to the temporary shelters, the most important thing for them is to go back inside of the household and also to bring some of the daily necessities out of the household and put it into the temporary shelter, so that we can make sure that these people can spend a cozy night this evening. That is my part. Please stay tuned with us. Thank you.
In the Cuoguo Township in Dingri County, near the city of Xigaze. Now there are about 27 villages and approximately 6,900 residents within a 20-kilometer radius of the epicenter. Official data shows that the overall population of the Dingri County is over 61,000. As of now, we know that more than 3,400 rescuers and 340 medical workers have been sent to the quick hit area. That is according to a press conference held by the local government earlier today. Now, what everyone is concerned about is, of course, that this earthquake took place in winter, and this county is located some 4,000 meters of altitude. So the temperature right now, as I can see on the weather app, is around 1 above 0 in Dingri County. But once the sun sets, which is about in an hour and a half, around 7:30 local time, once the sun sets, the temperature will start to drop. It will drop to -2 to -5. And according to the forecast, around 9 a.m. tomorrow, it will drop to -15 degrees. So that's quite cold, and people are concerned with, how will the people who are affected keep warm. And as we can see, fortunately, emergency shelters have been built. In these shelters, you have beds, you have blankets, and according to what we read, some of these emergency supplies include heating blanket. So hopefully that will keep people warm, and Of course, electricity is another concern, and also drinking water. We know that the local drinking water has been polluted. So right now, people are mostly relying on emergency water supplies. And food is another issue, but fortunately, we've read that a lot of emergency food supplies have been dispatched to these affected areas. And as you can see, the rescue workers really come from all departments in the region. They include the policemen, the people who work in fire departments, of course, also the very famous Wujing, the armed forces in China, who always show up the first whenever this kind of emergency disaster takes place. We also have the military, who responded really fast. First thing when it happened, they sent in a Y-20 military plane to, I believe, ship people who will be in charge of the local rescue efforts in the region. An emergency command center has been established so that people can coordinate to see, what can be best done to coordinate everything. We can see that there are also reporters from the central media group who are interviewing appears to be a policeman who is working in the region.
好，我们今天地震发生以后，第一时间组织公安、武警、消防对于受到这样严重的村区进行排险，同时对群众所需物品危房家中搬运出来，及时降低了群众的这个财产损失。我们这个村基本上已经排险完了，群众的所需物品全部已经搬运完了，我们还得下一步这个别的。
So we have to check the situation in different villages to make sure that all the places are safe for our local residents. And also this time we have around 39 households being accommodated in this place, and also we have bring their daily necessities from their households, and everything is ready in this shelter. Thank you very much. And this time just now, and for the military forces has completed their inspection work for the Tuling village, but pretty soon they will rush to another village. And I would like to ask you one more question. What will be the next village, and what are some of the highlights and the key aspects? Well, first of all, though, we have to bring the property out of the damaged household. And of course, we have to prepare the daily necessities to the temporary shelter. And we have to make sure that no people will enter into those dangerous houses to ensure the safety of our people. Thank you very much. Thank you. So right now in the Tuling village, and so that is the current update. And also I would like to show you what it looks like for the village and also the conditions for the villagers. So right now we are in the Tuling village of the Xigaze County for the Tuling village. It has been severely damaged and affected because of the earthquake. And also on the two sides, if you look at the households and the buildings, you could see some of the cracks and also the falling of the bricks. And for some of the villages, you could see for the second floor, the complete wall have been fallen down. And also you could see the damage of the rooftop. And in this village, we have about 39 households. And we have evacuated these people to the 4 designated safety shelters. And for the 4 emergency shelters, we have set up 15 tents. And early this morning, when the time the earthquake occurs, 1 person was injured, and he was sent to hospital for treatment. And now he is safe. And also the local armed forces, they're also checking the households and also the people to ensure that they're safe and secure. And this afternoon, for the fire service team and the public security, when they came to the Tuling village, they physically went inside of the severely damaged households to transfer some of the properties of the villages to mitigate the loss of the property of the villages. And after the earthquake occurs, we immediately race to the epicenter. And at around 4 p.m., we have arrived the Tuling village from Lhasa. We have arrived at this place at around 4 p.m. for the Xigaze County. It is around 60 kilometers away from the epicenter. For the Tuling village, it's about 70 kilometers away from the epicenter. So when we came to this place, we are seeing all of these damaged houses. And I feel pretty worried and concerned about the condition here, because you could see for some of the households, the bricks are falling down and even the walls are collapsed. I'm pretty much concerned about the safety of the local villages. And then I came to the temporary shelters, and then I felt quite relieved and safe. So when I came to the shelter, I could see for some of the kids, young children, and they're still playing around. So even though for the Tuling village was hit and also affected by the earthquake, but also we could see for the conditions for the local villages, it's quite stable. And also I went inside of the tent, and I could see for a lot of the daily necessities, for example, the beds, the quilts, and some of the heating devices. And also, as far as I know, the Xigaze City has also sent out some of the daily necessities to the Tuling village, including the stove, blanket, and some of the heating devices. So when I came to the village, and this place is on outage, and there's no electricity, but according to the local officials, the power company is fixing the lines, and hopefully by the end of the day, the power can be restored. And for the local officials, they are saying that by the end of today, and the power will be restored in the Tuling village. So that is my update from the Tuling village. And also our reporters will go to Dingri County to give you more updates. So that is my part. Thank you. So this is Mr. Wang Kaihao, also a member of the armed police from the Xizang Autonomous Region. Now you could see that for some of the servicemen, they are setting up the tents. And also we are trying to bring a lot of the daily necessities and relief supplies to the local residents. So right now you could see for the person in charge of this group of the armed police is giving instructions to the other members of the armed policemen. So they are trying their best to set up the tents in the temporary shelters. So because right now the condition is very tough and also the temperature is very low, so we have to move fast to build up these tents to accommodate the local residents. And just now, we are also seeing some of the ambulance and transferring some of the injured to this hospital. And right now, some of the injured are still being transferring into this hospital. In order to better provide support for the disaster relief, so for this hospital, it has sent out like 2 medical teams to the Xigaze County and the Dingri County to provide support. And also for the Western Theater Command, it has sent out the military forces to provide support. So at around 1 p.m., we can see the first group of the military forces was sent to the Dingri County, and they just arrived at the Dingri County, which is the epicenter of this time's earthquake. And also, this time we could see we have an expert to have some analysis of this earthquake, and also we will show you more details about the expert's explanation. According to the experts, and you could see for this plate and this area is actually affected by the tension and causing some of the fault, causing the fracture. And actually, since 1950 in this area, it has over like 21 times of the earthquake that is above magnitude 6. And also, we are seeing we have a very high altitude magnitude, which is magnitude 8, which occurred in Nepal. So this time we could see it is a release of the energy of the plate Lhasa. And many people are concerned about how to deal with the aftershocks. And according to the experts, and this time we could see that this time the earthquake, it is the highest in the past 5 years, within 50 kilometers in this area. And also we observe a number of the aftershocks since the magnitude 6.8 earthquake. We are seeing that for the energy have been released gradually in these areas, and also we are expecting more aftershocks coming up in the future. And according to the Meteorological Bureau, and also the weather getting very worse, and also especially in the epicenter. In the evening time, the lowest temperature will reach -18 Celsius degree. So please stay tuned with us. We will bring you more information about this earthquake.
宣布印度尼西亚。
Hello, can you give us the latest update? So right now, I just arrived at the very close to the epicenter, the Dingri County, 20 kilometers away from the epicenter, and this is the Xizang village. So you could see 90% of the houses have been collapsed. And now we are seeing we have the Xizang Forest Fire Service team. We have over 50 people here help to clear the household. And also we are glad to be joined by one member of the Forest Fire Service to tell us the latest information. I believe this is a very weak signal. So maybe we are at the epicenter, the signal is quite weak. First, I would like to once again brief you the latest situation at the epicenter of the Dingri County. Here, the altitude is about 4,000 meters, and now you could see it's getting dawn, and also the temperature is falling low. And I feel quite frozen right now. And now we could see that there were many servicemen here trying to clean the households. And also they are trying to do the work for the disaster relief. And also we are seeing on the ground, we have the bricks falling apart from the households. Because of the structure, you could see some of the houses have been collapsed amid the earthquake. We are quite worried that because according to the weather forecast, after we enter into the evening, the lowest temperature may reach -18 degrees, and also because of the strong wind, and this also poses a lot of challenge for us to do the relief work. But right now you could see for all of these armed policemen, and they're trying to transfer some of the properties from their households. And also for the local villagers, they have already transferred to safe places. And with my journey from Lhasa to the Dingri County, along the way, I don't see the road have been blocked. The traffic condition is okay. And together, I could also see for some of the other rescue forces, they're also racing to the epicenter of Dingri County. So when we are coming inside of the Dingri County, we are also seeing some of the ambulance that are coming out from this area. Because of some people are getting injured because due to the earthquake, some of them are transferred to the local hospitals for later treatment. I can see a lot of vehicles. They are also carrying the daily necessities and also the relief supplies to this area. And now it is the golden hour for the disaster relief. Please stay tuned with us. I will give you more updates about it. And just now we are having this video link with our reporter, and we are seeing some of the real-time footage from the epicenter. However, because of the latitude, this is because that the signal is quite weak. Indeed, it is pretty hard work, but right now we have to stay alert and continue our efforts to do the disaster relief. And also, one more information, 19 injured has been transferred to the local hospital for further treatment. Right, dear viewers, welcome back. I'm Lu Xiaoping from CMG. So right now I'm coming to another village that is called Yejiangcun, which is 20 kilometers away from the epicenter, the Dingri County. And so here you could see this building. It is quite special, and also on the walls you could see a very clear hint of cracks. And also there were different level of collapse of this building. Now here on this side you could see from the Forest Fire Service team, they're actually doing the research and rescue work for another building. So they have arrived here this afternoon. And all the 76 households has been transferred to emergency shelters. And right now they are dealing with some of the households and removing some of the properties of the villages. Because this place is very close to the epicenter, only 20 kilometers away from the epicenter, some of the houses are severely damaged. And now for some of these servicemen, they are transferring the properties of the villages. Just look at this. It is quite loose and fastened off the brick. So they're actually using some of these bricks to light up a fire. And after the aftershocks, we are seeing for some of the households, they have been collapsed. Now, I would like to have an interview with one of the servicemen here. So, good afternoon. I'm Wang Yueqing from the Forest Fire Service team of Xizang Autonomous Region. At about 2 p.m., together with my service member, I came here to do the rescue work. So, how many people in total we have to provide support in the rescue work? Well, altogether, for our fire service brigade, we have sent out over 200 people. We are coming here to clear the households, transfer the property, and also help to build the tents. So right now we are at the altitude above 4,000 meters, and also we are in the extreme low temperature. Does it pose any challenges for our work? Yes, indeed. But for us, we are the main forces for the emergency rescue work. We have confidence to deliver our work, and hopefully we can transfer them to the safe place and also make sure they can spend the night safely. And also on site and together with some of the figure released by the Meteorological Bureau, we are expecting that in the upcoming days, the temperature will drop by 4 to 8 Celsius degrees. So for this place, it is about 20 kilometers away from the epicenter. And for the villages located in the 5 kilometers to the epicenter, maybe in that place, some of those buildings will be damaged even worse. So please stay tuned with us. We will bring you more about this earthquake.
mountainous, and because of the altitude, it's also freezing cold in winter because it's winter in plateau, and the temperature could be as low as minus 15 degrees Celsius in the evening. So these are the challenges, but the rescue missions will still continue. Back to you, Xiachen.
Thank you, Zheng Song, reporting from Xizang. CGTN talked to a team of fire brigade workers who are at the epicenter of the earthquake.
I am currently in Zhuoguo Township, where a minor road clearing operation has been conducted. In Zhuoguo Township's Jiding village, we carried out a rescue operation at 12:40 p.m. for an individual who was trapped. At present, we are conducting large-scale surveys and assessments of the disaster site. Our next priority is to visit each village, as the affected area is quite extensive. We aim to understand the disaster situation in each village and locate trapped individuals to provide preliminary reports for the larger rescue team. It is difficult to estimate how many residents are still awaiting rescue, as the villages are far apart and communication is poor in some areas. Therefore, we plan to drive to these locations to assess the situation. There are approximately 7 to 8 villages left to check. We are about to visit 4 of them. We will continue rescue operations and assess the property damage of affected residents. During subsequent work, we may face the risk of secondary collapses, as most of the houses here are made of earth and are no longer stable.
For more, let's bring in Xu Shiling, Deputy Director of IHL and Humanitarian Policy at the International Academy of the Red Cross at Soochow University. Hello, Ms. Xu. So how does the unique terrain and geographical characteristics of the area impact rescue mission there?
Glad to share the observations here. So as we have noted earlier, the local building model plays a key role in the earthquake casualties. The structures and the geographical conditions there might not prove to be of too much complex in technical terms to rescue, yet the growing casualty number is pressing for rescuers. On the other hand, to reach this affected area, very highly located, proves to be of long distance and requires specific vehicles. According to newest images, the strong shake greatly damages roads. To overcome road damages, to reach all the corners of the affected area, and to repair the road despite of the altitude will be parallel missions in the next few days.
Well, what are the biggest challenges rescue teams face in such extreme environments, though?
We are relieved to learn that regional military forces are well prepared in such tasks. Earlier in 2024, Xizang militaries were involved in a rescue simulation. That said, considering the freezing condition in January, the time window for successful rescue is extremely short. We have observed the similar casualty pattern in December 2023 in Gansu Jishishan earthquake, and still earlier in February of the same year in Turkey. Secondly, while mobilization of rescue teams and forces are rapid and of scale, in longer terms, logistics support to the teams, including oxygen and medical support, will have to overcome a range of difficulties concerning still the challenging natural conditions.
Well, how important is a rapid response to the success of such operations?
The speed always saves lives. In such freeze down the rubbles, rapid speed proved to be of primary significance. In such situations,
Okay, let's move on. Time now for a look at some other major stories around the world.
So especially for a magnitude 6.8 earthquake, it is not likely that we will have a very strong aftershock. So based on the previous history, it is not likely we have a very high magnitude earthquake. That is our estimation. But still, we have to look into the actual situation. So this is like a recap of the earthquake happened today, and at 9:05 a.m. today in Xigaze City, and also the magnitude 6.8 earthquake hitting Dingri County in Xizang Autonomous Region, causing heavy casualties. And also this afternoon there is a press conference and saying that 95 people dead and 130 people injured because of this earthquake. And also according to our calculation and understanding, so for several water reservoirs around the epicenter, according to our survey, there's no risks in the water reservoir. As of 5 p.m., we have recorded 19 times of the aftershocks. And also we are seeing most of these aftershocks at above the magnitude 3.0. And the biggest aftershock happened at 9:42 a.m. this morning. And also this afternoon, the Western Theater Command has sent out groups of servicemen to support the disaster relief work. And this afternoon, and for the Emergency Management Ministry has lifted the emergency response level to level 2.
Continue to bring you the latest of the earthquake took place in Xizang today. Just to recap the situation, a total of 95 people have been confirmed dead and 130 others injured as of 3 p.m. on Tuesday. That is according to a local press conference held by the local government, during which a moment of silence was held for all these who have unfortunately passed away from this natural disaster. We can tell you that rescue efforts are ongoing. It is now 7:30 Beijing time, and according to the weather forecast, it is now getting dark in Xizang, and that means temperature is also starting to drop. So the priority now is to make sure all the people affected now have a shelter to stay for the night. From the latest report, we've seen these big blue tents that have been built for the local resident to stay in for the night. And according to the rescuers I've been talking to, there have been equipment such as heaters, blankets, beddings, all have been dispatched to the emergency shelters to ensure that the people there can spend a warm night. Now, the earthquake struck this morning at around 9 a.m. Beijing time. The epicenter is located in the Cuoguo township in Dingri County. It's near the famous city of Xigaze in Xizang Autonomous Region. In the whole region, there are about 27 villages and approximately 6,900 people who live within a 20-kilometer radius of the epicenter. And obviously, those are the people who are most affected. We've read from the news that a dozen of injured people have been sent to the city of Xigaze nearby, where there is a hospital ready to treat them. There have been ICU units prepared to treat these injured people. From what we've seen on the ongoing rescue, it looks like by this point, most of the rescue work is actually focused on livestock. It doesn't, it might seem a bit odd, but actually what I've been told is that in this region, the cows, the horses, they're each worth about 20,000 RMB, and that is pretty much worth an entire year's of income for a lot of these residents who live in this very remote region of China in the Xizang Autonomous Region. So for these people who've been affected, it is actually very important that their assets can be preserved so that, they can go on living. And the National Development Authority has also dispatched 100 million RMB of emergency funding to help rebuild, the localities after the disaster relief efforts wrap up. So I believe the rescue work, I'm not sure if it's still ongoing. As I said, the sun has set in Xizang right now, so they might still be going. But so far, the footage we're seeing are from during the daylight. But, we know that a lot of rescuers, one number says more than 3,400 rescuers from all over the region has rushed to this Dingri County from cities nearby, from the fire departments, from the armed forces, from the border police, from the regular police, and even the military. Everyone in the region has flocked to the county to maximize rescue effort. And that, of course, is echoed or directed by the country's President Xi Jinping, who, emphasized that all our efforts must be made, to have a full-scale search, rescue efforts to minimize casualties to the greatest extent possible, to properly resettle the affected residents, ensure their safety and warmth through these very cold winter nights. And a Vice Premier, Zhang Guoqing, has also left for the rescue operations to be on the site in person to direct efforts. We've also seen report that officers from the military also arrived in Dingri County around 5 p.m. today. So there are a lot of people, government officials, professionals from all over the country, from the region, from the central government, who are there to ensure that, maximum efforts are being made to continue on the rescue, to help people go through this recovery period, to help them probably rebuild in the future. I've also seen that a lot of civil organizations are stepping up to help. For example, I've seen some hotels in the region, who are sending supplies to the site that's been affected, and they're offering free stay for rescue workers. Now, these hotels are probably not located directly in the affected villages, so the rescue workers probably can't stay there tonight. They will probably stay in the tent in the affected villages, just like local people. But probably, in a few days, these hotels will come in handy for all these people who flock to the region to help carry out the rescue work and to help carry out the reconstruction. As you can see, the people on the screen, on their jacket, it says China forest fire. So these are, people who normally work, patrol in the forest, which there are a lot of them in Xizang. So their normal job, right, is to patrol in the forest to, make sure there's no fire in these woods, to put out fire. But, the moment that they got alerted that this earthquake had happened at 9 a.m. this morning, they immediately rushed to the villages. There's this one brigade, one team that I've been talking to today. They received the alert at around 9 a.m. and they drove directly to the village that was affected. And by 12:40 in the afternoon, they've already rescued a villager from under these rubbles. And since then, they've just been going around villages looking for people who need to be rescued and, digging through the dirt and the rocks to free the cows and also maybe some horses from the footage we've seen. And last time I talked to them, they said they were preparing to build some tents for the local residents to live in during the night. So I asked them, how are you charging your phone? How are you getting drinking water? And they said because of the rescue operations, it is safer if the electricity is cut. So right now they actually don't have electricity in the disaster zone, and their water supply is relying on the water bottles they've brought with them, and also the water bottles and the instant noodles and the food that have been sent by the local emergency response department to help these residents and to help all these rescue workers to, get through the days and the nights. According to the weather forecast, the temperature will drop as low as, I believe, something like minus 14 degrees in the morning when it's the coldest. So it's essential that the local people there have a tent to stay in. They have heaters, which need to be plugged into power supplies. So all these things are being figured out. is a collaborative effort from the department that's in charge of electricity, from the emergency department that is in charge of sending these supplies over. And because of all these things that are happening, the local traffic authority also needs to block the roads that are going to this region. So that the roads are reserved solely for the rescue works to maximize efficiency. To tell you a bit more about where exactly this earthquake took place, because the name Dingri County is probably not so familiar for most people, is actually quite close to the country of Nepal. It's north of Nepal. It is north of the base camp for Mount Everest. It is west of the very famous city of Lhasa. So we currently have colleagues who have flown to Lhasa, who are rushing to this site to report on the ongoing rescue efforts. And I just looked it up. It's actually a 9-hour drive from the capital Lhasa to this county in western Xizang region. So it's quite remote, but there are a lot of people there, about 60,000 in the county. It is actually the most populous border county in the Xizang region. And normally, I believe a lot of tourists go there to be close to the Mount Everest base camp, and then perhaps they will attempt to climb Mount Everest and other related activities. But most local in the region, seem to rely on very simple farming, jobs, and that's why the income level there is not particularly high. It's about the annual income is about 12,000 RMB. So as you can see from the footage, that a lot of their houses are quite simple, just built from dirt, and that's partly the reason why a lot of these houses collapse in this earthquake, because they are not that sturdily built in the first place. I'm sure after this earthquake, the local government will rebuild houses that are much stronger for them, so that hopefully in the region the buildings will be more resilient towards earthquake, because this region is as we said, it's close to Mount Everest, so it kind of sits on these fault lines that are very prone to earthquake. So in the past there have been earthquakes that took place, and we know that this is the biggest earthquake that's taken place in this region in about 5 years. So this is a big tragedy for the region. And overall in the region, there was an earthquake in Gansu province, northern from Xizang region, back in 2023. So as we said, there is traffic control in place, to make sure that private vehicles are being controlled. They're not being allowed to enter the area, so that all the rescue people and some media can go through there to do reporting. And we've seen dispatches of relief supplies, one after the other, that are being sent to the region. One number, says some 130,000 pieces of supplies have been dispatched to the area. And thankfully, the roads that are leading to the villages that are affected are mostly okay. So these trucks of supplies are still able to get to the area. And also reception in some of these areas are also okay. I've been talking to some rescue workers throughout the day. They don't have electricity, but the reception is ongoing, so they can communicate with the outside world. They can, send photos, videos, and the communication is ongoing. A lot of these relief supplies include things like heating stuffs, very important if you want to have a warm meal in this cold winter days. Electric blankets, again, very, very useful, if it's minus 15 degrees outside. Even if you're in a tent, you still need extra heating equipment to keep you warm. Hats, scarves, gloves, warm clothes, emergency food, all these things are being sent to the region. Unlike other big disasters, I think for this time, we have not yet seen these calls for supplies to be sent to the region. And I imagine that's because, it's the just from government supply is probably enough for now. So some of the other things that are slowly being released, like satellite images of the region to show the areas that are being affected. Some other quakes were felt after the initial big earthquake, but fortunately we have not heard more damages that have been done in the region or in the nearby, neighbor countries of Nepal and India. A lot of more donations now in Macau. I think they sent 200,000 RMB to the region to help with the rescue work. I also just read that some officers have donated blood for the people who are injured in this earthquake. So the Red Cross in Macau donated 200,000 RMB. We've also seen that some companies are making private donations. Obviously, it's going to take a lot of money for the area to rebuild and for the ongoing rescue operations. So it's always, very heartwarming to see the whole country, regardless of how far these places are, people all just come together to contribute in whatever ways they can. And a lot of these rescue workers, like the, people from the fire department and from the armed forces, these are really young kids, in their 20s. But, when the time comes when they're being needed, you can see them working tirelessly in these rubbles. From the footage, we can see that they're really just digging through all these rocks with their bare hands because, they understand how important it is for the local farmers to have these cows saved so that they can keep on having a livelihood after the disaster. And normally, conventionally, the so-called golden rescue time is about 72 hours after the disaster initially took place. So we're now a little less than 12 hours since the earthquake first struck at 9 a.m. this morning. So, for the coming 60-something hours, all these rescuers will still be in the region carrying out rescues, building tents, still repairing things, and all these efforts will be ongoing. And we've also seen more funds being channeled to help with the relief effort, and they all start with 100 million, which is a big amount. for the local people. A lot of people are probably concerned about aftershocks that could take place, in these scenarios. So a lot of places are also, getting prepared for, what if another earthquake happens? What can you do to keep yourself safe? To make sure that people are alerted, really in time. You can see some medias share videos about, what to do during an earthquake. So this is also a moment of education for the general public. We've also seen news about doctors, who are military doctors who have arrived in these earthquake zones to help with rescue, to help with curing these patients. So when you read these headlines, that are related to this incident, it's really quite striking. How many different parts of the society are reacting. You have the rail department, the military, the police, the fire department, the local emergency government, the central government. Everyone really is just reacting so fast to make sure, together we can try to maximize the rescue efforts and minimize the damage. Hopefully the electricity and the water will be restored soon, because those will be very important for the local people to be able to carry on with their daily lives. We don't really have that many footage of when the earthquake took place, mostly because it struck, the epicenter was in this very remote village in the Xizang region. But we do have footage from a local supermarket's surveillance camera, and you could see the shelves shaking pretty vigorously, and it tells you, the magnitude of this earthquake. And from the houses we can see a lot of walls have shattered. So this has done a lot of damage for the region. No doubt, tomorrow we'll definitely see more footage of the rescue work that have taken place during the evening in the cold, and we will see more residents who have been relocated to these emergency shelters. As you can see, the people in the region, they are still dressed in their traditional Tibetan costumes. So these people, really don't have that much possessions, and this, is definitely another blow to their lives. So, how can they rebuild their lives in the coming days and weeks and months will also be a question that many people, are concerned with. And I'm sure my colleague will also bring more reports in the coming days. As I know, I have 3 colleagues who are on their way to the region right now. So they will arrive sometime tomorrow, and I look forward to hear them talk to these local residents, who a lot of them only speak Tibetans. So my colleague will need translators to help with the interviews, but it will be. We all look forward to hearing from these local people about what has their experience been, what has their reaction to everything that's happened. But having, I've never been to this part of Xizang, which is very remote, very close to the border. But I have been to other disaster scenarios, and And genuinely, people are really touched by the help that they receive from from all these rescue workers, who, as I said, are really these very young kids, mostly men, who are in their 20s, and once they start these rescue operations, it's very, very normal that they don't sleep for days, for 24 hours, 48 hours. So, it's obviously a very tough time for the local residents, but at the same time, I'm sure, they are feeling a lot of warmth and a lot of support from, these rescue people and from other people all around China who are essentially strangers to them, but who are doing a lot to help them get through this together. And that's normally the reaction I get when you talk to people who've just been through these disasters. Their immediate reaction is, of course, sadness, if you've lost loved ones, if you've lost your house. But for those who are more fortunate, their reactions, the relief, and gratitude. But really the hard time comes, once you've realized that you're safe. But how do you carry on with your life? How do you rebuild your life? Through this hardship. When you don't have a house anymore. So those will be the questions that will come later. Once these very intense rescue works come to an end in a few days. And we've also seen news about civil aviation resuming in the Xigaze airport nearby. Is relief that the airport nearby is still operating, so that people and supplies can be shipped into the disaster zone. So now it's almost 8 p.m. and we can assume that a lot of rescue work is still taking place. It's probably not very easy for the reporters there to continue on with the reporting, because it's going to be very dark there. But I'm sure tomorrow we'll see some video recordings that are taking place tonight to see how did these affected people spend the first night after the earthquake, when it gets as low as minus 14, 15 degrees.
So now the temperature has dropped below 0 Celsius degree. According to the weather forecast, the lowest temperature in the evening will drop to below minus 18 Celsius degree. That means that we have to speed up our efforts for the rescue work. And just now on our journey to the epicenter, I have realized that we have different rescue forces also racing to the epicenter. And also for the highways heading to the epicenter did not have any damages. And also we are seeing that we have the Xizang Forest Fire Service and also the armed police. They're also sending out the large-size machineries and race to the epicenter. So right now the temperature is very low, and we also gone past the Xigaze County, and for the Xigaze County, they have already set up temporary shelters with tents to accommodate the local residents, and also the local police and also dispatch the relief supplies to these people, such as the quilt, the heaters, etc. And later on, we will visit the different villages surrounding the epicenter. Thank you. Back to you.
To support reconstruction work in the areas. Local authorities have dispatched around 1,500 emergency workers for rescue and relief efforts. Military personnel have also been deployed. The Western Theater Command's Air Force has activated a disaster relief emergency plan, ordering transport and medical aircraft, helicopters and ground forces to stand by. China's Ministry of Natural Resources has also released the first remote sensing image of the earthquake in Dingri County. Low temperatures in the area continue to hinder rescue efforts and the resettlement of affected residents. CGTN's Zheng Songwu tells us more about the latest rescue operation in Xigaze. He says the low temperatures and high altitude are two main challenges that are hampering rescue efforts.
We're still on our way to the epicenter, Dingri County in Xigaze City. We have a good news that the 19 injured people have been sent to the two top hospitals in Xigaze City, and the officials of the two hospitals have prepared medical experts and volunteers for the treatment, and they also prepared 90 sick beds in case of more injuries sent to the hospital. The power supply was restored this afternoon in Dingri County, and the Ministry of Emergency Management has dispatched a task force to the epicenter to guide the relief efforts, and the Ministry of Finance as well as the Ministry of the Emergency Management have allocated 100 million yuan to help the rescue missions, search and rescue efforts, as well as a secondary disaster prevention. The PLA has also taken measures. They has dispatched the troops this afternoon. The first group of more than 750 soldiers as well as 20 rescue vehicles were deployed to the epicenter this afternoon, and the J-20 this afternoon also arrived at the epicenter, and over 2,000 more soldiers are on standby, and there are two main difficulties or challenges for the rescue missions. One is the high altitude, and the temperature could be as low as minus 15 degrees Celsius in the evening. So these are the challenges, but the rescue missions will still continue.
CGTN also talked to a team of fire brigade workers who are at the epicenter of the earthquake.
I am currently in Zhuoguo Township, where a minor road clearing operation has been conducted. In Zhuoguo Township's Xizang village, we carried out a rescue operation at 12:40 p.m. for an individual who was trapped. At present, we are conducting large-scale surveys and assessments of the disaster site. Our next priority is to visit each village, as the affected area is quite extensive. We aim to understand the disaster situation in each village and locate trapped individuals to provide preliminary reports for the larger rescue team. It is difficult to estimate how many residents are still awaiting rescue, as the villages are far apart and communication is poor in some areas. Therefore, we plan to drive to these locations to assess the situation. There are approximately 7 to 8 villages left to check. We are about to visit 4 of them. We will continue rescue operations and assess the property damage of affected residents. During subsequent work, we may face the risk of secondary collapses, as most of the houses here are made of earth and are no longer.
So after the occurrence of the earthquake, we could see for the PLA, together with the armed police and the public security teams, fire services also dispatched their groups for the rescue. And the Western Theater Command is the first to respond to the emergency, and also they sent out a fighter to head to the epicenter of the earthquake. So for the Xizang Autonomous Region, they also allocate one military group to go to the Dingri County. So for the first group, have around like 750 people, and also together with them, they have like 2 helicopters. For the Xizang Autonomous Region, they also dispatch 3 medical teams, and they also bring some of the medicines and head to the epicenter. And also for the Xigaze City, they have also gathered over 344 tents and also heaters to make sure that for the residents they can stay warm during the evening. And also for the armed police, they also enter into the 3 most affected townships to provide support, including the Changsuo Township, Cuoguo Township, and the Quluo Township. So for this soldiers, they have divided into 3 groups. They also dig out one person from the dust and also in the end, we still joined the efforts for this person finally turn safe. After we enter into the epicenter, immediately we have transferred the injuries and also to evacuate the local residents. We will continue our search and rescue work and do a good job to build up the tent and to provide food and medical services to make sure that for the local residents, they could spend the first night safe after the earthquake. And also the second group of the military forces have over 800 people. They're standby and at any time they're ready to head to the epicenter. And also for the armed forces, we also have 100 people. They're expected to arrive at the epicenter at around 7 p.m. For the Natural Resources Ministry, they also shows us that they are using the high technology to show the satellite map of the Dingri County before and after the earthquake. So we are seeing that for some of the households, they have been damaged, especially in the Cuoguo Township. So our reporters and also arrive at the Cuoguo Township. I would like to give the floor to our reporter Liu Xiaoping. So right now I'm standing in front of the Xizang village. So we have over 70 households, and most of them are collapsed. And also we have the Xizang Forest Fire Services. They're helping to clean the rooms and also to transfer some of the properties. So now on the ground, you could see that we have many scattered the bricks that has been built with the excrement of the cattle and the hay. That also caused that the structure of the building is not stable. So that's why it also have a lot of the collapse after the earthquake. So also according to the latest information, after the sun is set and the temperature will drop to minus 18 Celsius degree. And the low temperature and also the strong wind will pose a lot of challenges for us to continue our work for the rescued. But still you could see that for the military team, they're doing their best to transfer the property of the local villages. And also all the households has been evacuated to the safe emergency shelters. And also we will visit the different townships and villages to understand the situation better. And on my way to the Dingri County and the epicenter, I can feel that for the highway, they're not being damaged because of the earthquake. And also I could see the rescue forces from different disciplines have also heading to the epicenter, which is the Dingri County. So when we are entering into the epicenter, we are also seeing some of the ambulance that is driving out of the epicenter. As far as we know, there were some people got injured because of the earthquake, and these people we will transfer to the local hospitals in the Xigaze City. And also for some of the trucks, we are seeing they're also carrying the relief supplies and bring those supplies to the epicenter. So right now it is the golden hour for the disaster relief. Please stay tuned with us. So we have another group of reporters. They drove about like 7 hours. They are coming to the Changshuo Township. So let's give the time to our reporters who are located in the Changshuo Township. So how's the situation there? Because right now it is getting late and the wind is getting stronger. So how's the life for the people staying in the Changshuo Township in the evening? So I am at the Changshuo Township. So this place is also in the area within the epicenter. It is also above 4,000 meters. And also we have a strong wind about like 4 scale. And also the temperature is below 0 Celsius degree. And most of the households are collapsed. And also this place could be said it is the most severely damaged place. And after the earthquake occurs, we could see that for the local military forces, they have dispatched the rescue team to provide the relief work. Start from 6:50 p.m. We could see for some of the border check, they also allocate like 17 tents and bring block to the shelters. So if you hear clearly, we can hear that for the servicemen, they are helping to set up the tents, and also we are trying our best to provide more lighting to the local residents. And also for the military there, they are also making all-out efforts for rescue and relief and evacuate the people to the shelter places. And also for some of the soldiers, they are also helping to bring in some of the supplies to these people. It took us about like 6 hours from Lhasa to the Dingri County, especially the Changshuo township. We would say that for the highway, it's preserved very well. And during the way, and we experienced several times of the aftershock, but still in general the traffic is okay. As we just mentioned that for the Changshuo township, it is the most affected region. And this morning, I talked to one of the members from the fire service. Let's see what he had to say. This morning after the earthquake happens, so we have gathered the fire service team all together, like 3 trucks, 20 people, and we are racing to the epicenter of the Changshuo township. For the Changshuo township also belongs to the area of the epicenter, and we divided our team into 4 groups to provide support to the 4 villages located inside of the Changshuo township. And we are seeing that some people are trapped inside of the households. As of now, we have saved some people, and still the rescue work is ongoing. We will continue our efforts to save more lives and bring more people out of the household. At the same time, we are doing our best to provide the administrative services, logistics for the affected people, to make sure that we can prevent the secondary disasters and protect the life safety and also the property safety for our people. But right now, as we all know that for this epicenter, it is very high altitude. It's over 4,000 meters. And the temperature is extremely low. And also throughout the way, we have many aftershocks. This will also cause a lot of challenges for us. We will conquer all the difficulties and try our best to do the relief work. And with the earthquake occurred, according to the Emergency Management Ministry, they have initiated Level 2 disaster relief response and also initiate the Level 2 National Earthquake Emergency Response. And at the same time, the NDRC also allocate 100 million for the disaster relief work. The Finance Ministry and also the Emergency Management Ministry also allocate the 100 million RMB for the release and the post-construction of the work. And also for the Housing Ministry, they also sent out a special task force to provide support in the reconstruction of the facilities and the households. The National Health Commission also assigned 3 major medical teams to support the affected region, including the Beijing Union Hospital and also the Huaxi Hospital, as well as the National Emergency Medical Team. After the earthquake occurs, the Agricultural Bank of China also opened a green channel and also to provide a lot of services to provide support for the disaster relief. They are doing what they can to ensure that the financial services in the affected region. And also, I would like to give you an update of the border check areas. And they have mobilized over 20 units and formed the very first task force to head to the epicenter to provide support. So for the border check, the Xigaze City Municipal Bureau, within 15 minutes after the occurrence of the earthquake, they have allocated 15 people to come to the affected region to provide support. They have divided the teams into different groups and to provide support for the disaster relief. With 7 hours of rescue work, we have successfully transferred over 600 people to safe places and also get 122 people out of trap. And also we are able to provide them with over 100 tents. So right now for the injuries, we have sent these people gradually to the local hospital in the Xigaze City.
You know, the officials of the hospitals have also prepared 90 sick beds in case of more injuries sent to the hospital. And the epicenter this time is around Tuoguo Township. That's one of the townships in Dingri County. And near the epicenter, there are 27 villages with a population of over 6,900. And also the rescue missions are still going on despite the cold weather. The power supply was restored this afternoon, and the Ministry of Emergency Management has dispatched a task force to guide the relief efforts, and the Ministry of Finance as well as the Ministry of Emergency Management have urgently allocated 100 million yuan. That's over 10 million US dollars to help the rescue missions, search and allocations efforts, as well as secondary disaster prevention. And also the West China Hospital in Sichuan province, that's also one of the top hospitals in China, sent 6 experts who have expertise in trauma medicine and intensive care medicine, as well as neuroscience, to the epicenter to help out the rescue missions. And also the Red Cross Society of China has sent over 4,600 relief items, including the cotton tents, quilts, warm jackets, because it's really cold in this winter and in this evening, to help the rescue missions. Also, the PLA has also taken some measures. The PLA has dispatched the soldiers, the first group of more than 750 soldiers, 2 helicopters, as well as more than 20 rescue vehicles were sent to the epicenter this afternoon. And also the J-20 also arrived at the affected area. And more than 2,200 soldiers are also on standby to help. Zhao Yang.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the update. Our reporter Zheng Song on the way to the quake scene. Well, all-out rescue and relocation work are underway in Dingri County. The central government and the Red Cross Society have allocated 200 million yuan to support reconstruction work in the affected areas. More than 20,000 emergency relief items, as you were hearing from our reporter, including tents, blankets, camp beds, have been delivered. The military has sent a drone to survey the epicenter. Over 3,000 rescuers from multiple local departments, including the Armed Forces and Fire Department, have been dispatched to carry out search and rescue. Hundreds of medical staff are also working at the affected area. Dingri County, which is a popular route to Mount Chumalangma, has been closed to tourists. Our CGTN spoke to a team of fire brigade workers who are at the epicenter of the quake.
I am currently in Zhuoguo Township, where a minor road clearing operation has been conducted. In Zhuoguo Township's Xizang village, we carried out a rescue operation at 12:40 p.m. for an individual who was trapped. At present, we are conducting large-scale surveys and assessments of the disaster site. Our next priority is to visit each village, as the affected area is quite extensive. We aim to understand the disaster situation in each village and locate trapped individuals to provide preliminary reports for the larger rescue team. It is difficult to estimate how many residents are still awaiting rescue, as the villages are far apart and communication is poor in some areas. Therefore, we plan to drive to these locations to assess the situation. There are approximately 7 to 8 villages left to check. We are about to visit 4 of them. We will continue rescue operations and assess the property damage of affected residents. During subsequent work, we may face the risk of secondary collapses, as most of the houses here are made of earth and are no longer stable.
A seismologist at the China Earthquake Network Center has a preliminary analysis of the cause of the earthquake and the risks of aftershocks.
早上发生了一次6.8级地震。
A magnitude 6.8 earthquake struck this morning between Dingri and Dingri counties in Xizang. The earthquake occurred in the Himalayan tectonic belt with a north-south detachment fault. After a large earthquake, there will be an attenuation process, and aftershocks will still occur. The aftershocks are currently weak, so we predicted it's possible that another quake of magnitude 5 or higher will strike, but a more powerful quake than the first one is unlikely.
We also spoke to Xu Shiling, Deputy Director of IHL and Humanitarian Policy at the International Academy of the Red Cross at Soochow University. And she explained to us how the area's unique terrain and geography are impacting rescue operations.
We have noted earlier the local building model plays a key role in the earthquake casualties. Structures and the geographical conditions there might not prove to be of too much complex in technical terms to rescue, yet the growing casualty number is pressing for rescuers. On the other hand, to reach this affected area, very highly located, proves to be of long distance and requires specific vehicles. According to newest images, the strong shake greatly damages roads. To overcome road damages, to reach all the corners of the affected area, and to repair the road despite of the altitude will be parallel missions in the next few days.
To stay with us on China 24.
Drop to minus 17 to 18 Celsius degree, and also we are expecting to have a very strong wind on the 9th of January. So this time for the epicenter is located in a high latitude place. So any reminders to the local residents? As I've just mentioned, low temperature is the key, especially for the affecting areas. We are seeing a big fluctuation and also a big differences of the temperature in daytime versus the evening. For example, in the Dingri County, the lowest temperature may possibly reach the minus 18 Celsius degree. And in the evening, you could see that the temperature is extremely low. So in the affected areas, I would like to advise that make sure you stay warm and pay attention to the use of fire. So as we all say that we established and installed many temporary tents, we have to be aware of the strong wind. So in the upcoming days, we will say we will have a low temperature and also strong wind in the Xizang Autonomous Region and also the Dingri County. We just want to remind all of you to stay warm. As we just mentioned that for the Tuling village, it is the most affected region. I would like to talk to our colleague Chen Qing to tell us more about the situation. So right now we all know that this is the first evening after the earthquake occurs. Can you tell us more about the heating situation in the Tuling village? So we are coming to the Xigaze County, the Tuling village. So this place, altitude is over 4,000 meters. It is very cold. I think it is about minus 3 Celsius degree. So in the Tuling village, it has about like 50 households, among which 39 were affected by the earthquake. So for among the 39 households, some of them have cracks and some of them had collapse. For all of the residents, they have been evacuated to the 15 tents that we have set up. So now you could see for the local villages, they have transferred some of the quilts into the tents. Let's take a look inside of the tent. Maybe they have dinner right now. So are you cooking for dinner? Well, actually, they are boiling the instant noodles. So how many people we have in this tent? We have 12 people in this tent. So for this gentleman, so he is the secretary of the village. So how's the situation here? So for today, directed by the party secretary, for our villages, for all the households, they have been transferred into this shelter. So now we are cooking dinner for the local people. So do you have sufficient quilts? Let's take a look. Now we can see some of the quilts here, and some of them are brought by the villages, and also some of them are sent by the local government. Well, I think it's quite thick. And also we have some bedding sheets and blankets also sent by the local government. And also we have a stove. So in this place, what is the temperature inside of the tent? I think it's around like 10 Celsius degree. With all of these quilts and the heating supplies, we think it's okay for us to spend the night here. We have two households accommodated in this specific tent, so all of them will be spend the evening here in this specific tent. And you could see they're also making some teas to keep themselves warm. So is it enough for everyone? Yes. We have enough food for everyone. So in our village, we have like 39 injuries. Any people got injured? Only one. And actually, he twisted his ankle, and this person was sent to the hospital for treatment. What about the physical condition for the elderly? I think they're pretty good. Thank you very much, and we will also take a look in another tent. So when I step into this tent, actually I feel quite warm, and this is a very typical Xizang style stove. When I'm getting out of the tent, I can feel the temperature. It is very cold outside. So for these tractors, you could see it also carries a great number of quilts. Some of them are from the villages and some of them are sent by the local government. So let's take a look at this one. We also have the similar style, the Xizang style stove. They are also preparing dinner. I believe they are making porridge. And also they put some lamp inside the muttons inside of the pot. And also they have sufficient excrement in order to light up the stove. I can feel in this area is also very warm. And this is another tent. And we could see for the head of the township is also here. So can you tell us more about the situation of the Xizang County? So for the Xizang County, we have over 40,000 of people affected by the earthquake. So how many people together? I believe we have like over 5,000 households in the whole county. And also for all the people, we have evacuated them into the shelters, and some of them we have bring them to the schools. So in summary, all the people have a safe place to stay during the night. So can you show us the situation in the Xizang County? For this area, maybe it has a distance with the damaged area. So maybe you can just tell us about the situation there. So tonight, for all the villages, they are able to be accommodated into the tent. And also we have sufficient food, we have clean drinking water, and also the instant noodles. And for each tent, we are able to provide them, each tent have one Xizang style stove. And the lowest temperature is about like -10 Celsius degree. So now we are coming to the provincial highway. Now you could see some of the households were damaged because of the earthquake. So for some of the houses, they are built by earth, which means that they're not that solid. This is a very typical style of the household in Xizang. So we have checked all of the households. So what about this side? Maybe it is too dangerous, we don't need to go inside. So for that one, we could see a very clear hint of the cracks of the household. I believe this household has been collapsed. So what will be the next steps or measures taken by the township to deal with the aftershock and also the aftermath of the earthquake? So first of all, we will evacuate our people and bring them to a safe place. And the second, we will evaluate the situation. And the third, we will do the post-construction. So that is the current situation. Thank you. Back to you. So this is the latest update for the accommodation for the Xizang County. See you later. So, dear viewers, now I'm at the Xigaze County, which is the most affected region. Actually, this is very close to the two-lane village, and right now the temperature is very low. You can feel it right now. The temperature is about the -3 to 4 Celsius degree. Maybe in the late evening, the temperature will drop to -18 Celsius degree. So many people are concerned that how they spend the first night after the earthquake. So we are coming to one of the four shelter, and in these shelter spaces, you could see we have 4 tents. And in front of one of the tent, you could see a tractor bringing the supplies, a lot of the quilts. So for one of them, I can see people are gathering here. They are making dinner. So this is the party secretary from the village. So right now we are preparing dinner. So what we have tonight? So we have noodles tonight, and also I could see we have an infant, only 2 months old. So she is fat and well. So what are you eating? They're having the steamed bun. And also you could see I have a cup of hot tea. Yes, indeed, today is very cold. Well, I would say inside this tent, when I have this cup of hot tea, I feel quite warm. So where did this stove come from? Actually, we bring this stove here from my house. And also we are using kettle's excrement to light up the stove. So how many people staying in this tent? We have like 2 households staying here. Altogether 12 people. Is it too crowded? Well, for some of them, they're quite young. They're kids. We only have 7 or 8 adults. So do you have enough quilt? And also the steam bun. Actually, we bought the steam bun from the town. So for this quilt is actually provided by the local government. It's quite thick. How many quilts we have? I believe we have received 70 quilts for these 4 tents. And we also bring some of the quilts from our household, so we're pretty confident that we have sufficient quilts. And also we have a lot of emergency supplies. And for example, the quilt, the blankets. How do you feel? So all of you will stay in this tent tonight. Maybe for the upcoming days, you will be staying here. I think inside of the tent, the temperature is much better. I think inside of the tent, the temperature will be 12 Celsius degree. I am coming from the town. So how many officials the township has sent to provide support for the disaster relief? I think more than 10 people. I think the dinner is ready. So do we have sufficient food? Yes. So for all the affected people, residents, they have been relocated to this temporary shelter, a temporary tent. And also we can provide them with hot teas in such a cold evening. And you could see also we have lamp. And noodles. These noodles are also actually brought by the local government. And also we have flour. Actually, we have 2 whole bags of flour. So how do you feel when the earthquake occurs? Well, I can feel a very strong sense of shaking, and immediately we leave our house. So this is the cattle's excrement. And also for the students, where are they? So actually right now it is the winter vacation. So actually we have our kids around us. For some of the affected people, they have been relocated to kindergartens or schools. So altogether, for the 1,500 households, all of them can be relocated to these temporary shelters, such as the tents, the schools or kindergartens, etc. So for the 4 tents, we have equipped each one of them with the Xizang style stove. So this is the temporary arrangement. So what supplies have been brought by the county or the township? Well, they have sent the quilts and also they help to set up the tents. These are the 2 major things, and some of the other relief supplies are still on the way. And some of the supplies are still on the way. So rest assured. In Xizang Autonomous Region, and in this place you could see we have a very high altitude. So here when we try to boil water, we need to use this stove and also the high pressure pot. So let's wait for a moment to see how's their dinner. How many meals we have today? 2. We also have lunch today. Do you have sufficient food for breakfast? Yes. So which school you come from? It's coming from the middle school from the Xigaze County. How do you feel about the earthquake? Well, I have very strong sense of the shaking. So we immediately rush out from the school. We also done a lot of drills. So let's take a look. This is the noodles. We also put some salt inside of this noodle. Well, actually, today is very cold, and if you can have this very warm noodle or the macaroni, I will feel very warm. So now is the dinner time. Actually, you could see because of the differences of the temperature, we also have some fog covering the lens. So once again, let's take a look at the noodles. All right, it's dinner time for these two households, so make sure you take a good rest. But we still want to know about the households. Maybe you could spare a moment to show us the situation in the Xigaze County. As I've just mentioned that in Xigaze County, we have over 1,500 households, and some of them are being affected by the strong earthquake. So I'd like the party secretary to show us the situation of their households. For the 39 households, most of them are collapsed. So as for the structure of the households, many of them are made out from the earth. So tonight, maybe more rescuers will come to this place. For these two sides, I believe it is the farming land. So any cracks on the road? No. Not for now. We can see that for this provincial highway, the traffic is good. And also we are seeing some of the trucks and the vehicles, they are carrying the relief supplies. On the right-hand side, this is a residence. So just take a look at this household. You can see actually for this household it's inclined and tilted, and some of the parts have been falling down. So when did you build these houses? We built these houses in maybe 2008 or 2009. So what is the main structure? It is made from earth and wood. But this time we could see the magnitude is so high, and also you can feel a very strong sense of shaking. So let's take a look at the household on the right side. Well, I can see this one is pretty much damaged, completely destroyed by the earthquake. Because for all the windows, you can barely see all of these windows. And also for the second floor, it is exposed to the outside. And also I can see these bricks that has made out from the earth. It is quite heavy, but still it is a little bit of fragile. So you mentioned that only one person got injured, and this person was sent to hospital. Actually, he twisted his ankle. Only one person from this village got injured. So in the township and the county, in the Xigaze County, altogether we have 46 people got injured, and among which 10 of them are under severe conditions. And most of them have the bone fracture, and also they have been sent to the Xigaze City for further treatment. Please stay tuned with us. So everything is in order. That is my part from Tulin village. Thank you.
这个受灾的群众1万余人。那么现在我所在的这个森嘎乡的安置点是安置点当中是最大的一个。那么现场目前大家可以看到，已经搭建了30多个的救灾的帐篷，那么也在持续的继续的去搭建更多的帐篷，来容纳更多的受灾的群众。那么现场我们已经安置了105户400余名的受灾群众。现场呢，刚刚其实我也到这个帐篷里看了一下，我们现在正在积极的想办法来去给我们的这些受灾群众准备一些这个保暖、御寒的一些物资，可以给大家看一下。
The relief supplies. Hello there. So, where do you come from? So, for this little girl is actually coming from Xizang Township, and she is a local villager. So, how's the situation in your home today? Actually, their family is good, and even though for all the households have been collapsed, but they are quite safe and no one was injured. So I think it is an urgent moment. Everyone rush out from the households. Maybe they don't have enough clothes, but today you could see they have sufficient quilts, and also for the relief supplies, they have been gradually transferred into the shelter. Now you could see for some of the villages, they have already received some of the quilt. How do you feel? Do you feel cold? No. Do you have dinner? Yes, they already have dinner. In different shelter, they also have a catering space to provide food for the affected people. Except for the quilt and also some of the relief supplies are being transferred to the shelters. We already received the first batch of the supplies. Actually, you could see the power has been restored. And also for the people who are staying in the tent, they have a light. And pretty soon, the signal will be recovered in the tent, and the communication will be recovered in the tent. So how many people can accommodate inside of this tent? So for each tent, we plan to have like 10 people staying in one tent. But if you look closer, we don't have like 10 people in this tent. Most of them are kids. And also I could see these are some of the instant noodles. Do they get access to the hot water? Yes, everything is prepared. For this temporary shelter, actually it is the largest one. And also we are trying to set up some of the facilities to provide support to this shelter. So here you could see we still have a lot of like working staff here, the police officers and the fire service officers, because today, according to the Xizang Meteorological Bureau, in the disaster-stricken area, the lowest temperature tonight is -18 Celsius degree. So I believe every one of you is very concerned about these people, how they spend the first night after the earthquake. And also in this affected area, we have like different rescue forces to do their work, to provide services to the affected people. And on site, you could see the power and the communication have been gradually restored. And also for the state-grown, the Xizang Power Company has started their work immediately after the earthquake occurred. at about 5 p.m., most of the township and the counties, their power supply have been restored. But for the Changshuo Township, the Cuoguo Township, and the Quluo Township, the power company is still working on it. We have to make sure that for all of these affecting people, they can spend the very first night safely and warm. So right now, we have already set up over 30 tents. And more people will be transferred to this shelter space. So that's why you are seeing that for the soldiers and the policemen, they continue to set up the tents. And also the other relief supplies such as the stove, blankets, and the quilts, they are still on the way. They are being transferred to this shelter space. Even though it is quite cold outside, but you can see for all the people here, they are making all out efforts for the rescued and the relief. So that is my part. Please stay tuned with us. Thank you. Xigaze City, the media center. So also he's standing in one of the shelter spaces. Actually, this is the early footage from this media center. So this is the secretary from Gulong village. Also one of the area that has been hit by the earthquake. So for our village, we have over 200 people. So this is the Gulong Plaza, and also we established a temporary shelter. So how they spent the first night? Can you tell us more about the arrangement? So we have to make sure that for our affecting people, they can stay warm. And you can see we also receive a lot of supplies. We have canned food, and also we have vegetables, and also we have meat. And also you could see for the soldiers, they're preparing the dinner for our local people. So just take a look, we could see the instant noodle is done. And also we are preparing for some of the vegetables. And on this side, we also prepare some meat. So just in some minutes later, and then for all of these cozy and warm food will be delivered to the. So this is the 7 p.m. Beijing time. Actually, it is already like 9 hours after the occurrence of the earthquake. Now you could see it is quite bustling in these shelter spaces. We have all the soldiers and the armed places. They are helping with the affecting people and they are preparing the dinner for them. So food is not a problem, I understand that. How about the accommodation? So first of all, we have set up like 2 temporary shelters and we have set up 29 tents in the Gulong Plaza. So we have sufficient tents and also we will be receiving more tents from the local government. I would like to take a look inside of the tent. Now you could see that for the soldiers, now they are preparing the dinner for the affecting people. So now let's take a look inside of the tent. Maybe this way, please. So now we could see a lot of relief supplies have been arrived here. So for the tent, it's about like 20 square meters. So inside of the tent, you could see we have the stove. So you can see we have received a lot of the relief supplies from the local government. For example, the down coat, the quilt, and the blankets. And also you could see for inside of the tent, it is quite solid and rest assured that they can spend a very warm night. Yes, indeed, we can see we have 2 layers of this tent. So for the working staff here, and also the servicemen, they're trying to arrange the pipelines. So this is the party secretary of this village. And also we have another shelter space. So for that place, has a size about like 500 square meters, and also we set up like 15 tents in another side of the shelter space. So this is the place where we store all of these relief supplies. You could see a great number of instant noodles, the drinking waters, etc. But all of these can make sure that for our local people, they can enjoy the food and also they can get access to clean drinking water.
Hello and welcome back to CGTN's live coverage of the earthquake that took place in the Xizang Autonomous Region this morning. Now, to recap the situation, this earthquake struck near one of Xizang's city of Xigaze in the county of Dingri around 9 a.m. this morning, and the latest figure of casualty is about 95 people were killed and another 130 others were reportedly injured after this major earthquake struck, the mountainous Xizang region. Now, even though earthquake is relatively common in this region because it sits near these big plates, these big fault lines among the Himalayas, this is reportedly the biggest earthquake that's happened in the region surrounding about 200 kilometers in 5 years. The most affected region is in this county called Dingri, and the population around the epicenter, 20 kilometers around the epicenter, is about 6,000. So we've heard, now that tents are being built, shelters are being built, and supplies are being sent there from all over China. But because the population affected is relatively small, in Chinese standards, it's about 6,000 people. So far it seems that government responses are sufficient to cover the need for these people, and that means, beds, clothes, gloves, drinking water, instant noodle. All these things have already been dispatched to the area. Unlike other disasters where more people are affected, we're not seeing, these calls for donation to the region, which of course, if they ask, people all around China will be more than eager to send them all the support and help that they can give. We've been told that about 1,000 houses were damaged in this earthquake, and partly because these houses, if you've seen the footage of our live streaming of the TV reports, you can tell that these houses are quite fragile to begin with. They're built with essentially just dirt. So these are very old and quite simple construction of dirt houses, which are not the most resilient against earthquake. So about 1,000 houses were reportedly damaged, and throughout the day, around noon, because this county, is situated in a very remote region of Xizang, and the nearest big city, Xigaze, is about 4 hours drive to this county. So most rescuers, they found out about the earthquake around 9 a.m. and then they drove pretty much immediately to the region and started rescuing around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. and the sun set at around 7:30. So all the rescue works pretty much went on for like 6 hours. Some people were rescued, and those injured people, a lot of them have been sent to the nearest big hospital in the city of Xigaze. And the hospital, has cleared out beds, the doctors are prepared to treat these patients. They've reserved ICU units for them. So these people, these injured patients, are being taken care of. So what a lot of the rescue workers have been doing throughout the afternoon is to actually rescue livestock. So you probably saw footage of like cows being, rescued, being taken out of these rubbles. They're covered in all these rocks. And according to a local firefighter whom I've been in contact with throughout the day, each cow is worth about 20,000 RMB, and that is a lot of money for these people, who live in this remote village, whose annual income is about 13,000 RMB, according to the local government's website. So these livestock are extremely valuable for these farmers, and it is very important that the rescue workers are able to salvage these assets for these farmers, so that once this very intense emergency rescue effort has taken place, they can go back to their normal livelihood. So this earthquake, because the location of the county, this earthquake was actually also felt in the neighboring Nepal and India, but thankfully no casualty has been reported in these two neighboring countries. And it's now 9:40 in Beijing time, so a lot of the updates from the earthquake site has sort of slowed down, I guess, until tomorrow morning. But one of the latest news we've got is that the Chinese authorities have upgraded the situation in Xizang to a level 1 emergency response, and that is the highest level of emergency response in China's system. That reflects this overall emphasis the Chinese government is placing on this situation. Pretty much right after the earthquake hit, the Chinese President Xi Jinping, gave this order to, ensure that maximum effort will be carried out to, maximize efficiency for this rescue. And the Chinese, a very senior official, the Vice Premier of China, Zhang Guoqing, has actually left Beijing to go to the earthquake site in person to, organize or command the entire rescue operation. And a command center was established very quickly after the earthquake hit, and we've seen the military really mobilize a lot of their resources, including planes, drones, helicopters. When I was talking to a local rescue worker on the ground, I could see in the background in our video call that there was a helicopter hovering, above the villages to, to assess the damage, to help look for survivors and things like that. So overall, one number we've seen is that over 3,400 rescuers from the region have been dispatched to the region, to the earthquake site. And that is quite an astonishing number, considering that the overall population affected by this earthquake is around 6,000. So the ratio of rescuer to resident is pretty much 1 to 2. And that offers great support for the local communities, who need tents to be built, who need people to help them look for, anything that they can salvage in these rubbles. They need people to help them restore the electricity, restore drinking water, and all these things. We've seen through earlier reports by our colleagues who are visiting these shelter sites, and you can see people like cooking soup in their tent, eating noodles. There are kids, there are families who are sleeping on these temporary foldable beds in the shelters. So it seems that, most people are able to get through the night, which is quite cold. The temperature during the day is about 0 degrees, but once the sun sets, it drops to as low as minus 14 degrees, because the region, as we mentioned, is near the Mount Everest, so it's about 4,000 meters above sea level. So the temperature difference is quite big, and it gets really cold at night, and that's one of the biggest concerns for this operation, which is to ensure that people stay warm and stay safe throughout the night. And also, on that point, a lot of rescue supplies have been sent there from all over the country, from the local emergency office. That includes heaters, blankets, gloves, things like that, everything to keep people warm throughout this difficult time. Again, Chinese President Xi Jinping's words are being echoed, in every government speech, in every government announcement, to really follow this order to carry out an all-out search and rescue efforts to minimize casualties, to properly resettle the affected people, and ensure a safe and warm winter. We've also seen that Russia President Vladimir Putin has expressed his sincerest condolences on this tragedy that took place, and I'm sure in the coming days we will hear more leaders from all around the world, who express condolence on this natural disaster. We've also seen China Air Force launching rescue efforts, and we've seen airport in Lhasa, that is said that they're trying to organize their flying routes to ensure that supplies, things like oxygen tanks, can be sent to the affected area. So basically, just every government agency, from the emergency relief department to the finance authority, to the railway, to the electricity companies, to the airport, pretty much everyone, is just coming together, doing things all at the same time, sending supplies, sending money. The emergency fund that's been authorized is 100 million RMB, and I'm sure that will, play a big part in helping with these relief efforts. And what we can also expect in the coming days is this question of, whether there will be aftershocks. We've seen one report that says about 50 aftershocks were recorded in the hours after the earthquake. But fortunately, we have not heard reports about more damages that have been done by these smaller aftershocks. But certainly there could be a risk of more aftershocks. So we've also seen all over Chinese media, posts and videos about how can people prepare for an earthquake, how to maximize your chance of survival and safety if that happens. So this is also has come as an opportunity of education for how people can deal and cope in these natural disasters. And once again, the people who live in this part of the country, they have, seem to have very simple lifestyles. So the disaster relief aid is actually much needed by these people who don't seem to have much possessions. But I've seen videos of these people seemingly maintain, a positive attitude in the tent. We saw a video of this local woman, saying thank you to the firefighters who are setting up these emergency tents for them. So I'm sure people there, they're devastated, saddened by this tragedy, but at the same time, it seems like they also are feeling gratitude and warmth towards all these rescue workers who've been working nonstop, since noon today to help them recover their assets and help them build tents. And of course, the rescue workers, when I asked them, where are you sleeping tonight? They said, we will finish building these tents for the local people first, and then we will find some place to set up tents for ourselves. So, in these special times of need, you really see, the armed forces, the police, the firefighters step up their game and put the interest of the affected people above their own. They will sacrifice their sleep, they'll sacrifice their hard work to really help people get through this difficult time. So we've seen footage of a lot of these houses in shambles around the villages, but one good news is that the roads that lead up to the Dingri County and all the small villages in the area have largely, fortunately, been unaffected. So that means the supplies and the people can in fact reach the region, so that the workers and the service trucks and the trucks that bring in supplies and food and water don't have that much difficulty reaching the people in need. So that is a good news. And we've also seen on the media report about people who say they were going to go to this part of the Xizang region for tourism because it's very close to Mount Everest. So people go there to perhaps see Mount Everest or even climb it themselves. And that has been halted, partly because it's probably not very safe to do so at this point, but also, the local traffic authority has said that, we need to reserve the flow of traffic for emergency rescue at this point. So, we cannot allow private cars coming in and out to, get in the way of the more important rescue operations. So since the tourists are not really being allowed to go into the region at the time, I've seen some hotels put out announcement about how they're gathering supplies to be sent to the affected areas, and they're offering free stay for people who are there to help with rescue work. And that is always great to see in this time of disaster and sadness, that people come out to support each other, to offer whatever they can to help each other get through it. And that's always the silver lining in these tragic times. So now it's almost 10 p.m. I have not talked to the rescue worker whom I've been in contact with, but I imagine when I talked to him 1 hour ago, they were building 30 tents in this little village in the Dingri County to ensure that the about 300 people in their village can go through the night in the warmth of the tents. So I imagine by now they probably have finished building the tents for people to build their own tent. And tomorrow the sun rises in Xizang at around 9 or 10 a.m. and I'm sure they will resume the rescue work first thing in the morning tomorrow. And a lot of media are also flocking to the region from all over China. So tomorrow we'll probably also see more media reports about what is going on in the region. Actually, a lot of the residents who live there only speak Tibetan. So these media will also have to find translators, to help them with these interviews. And the rescue workers who mostly live in like the big cities nearby, a lot of them speak like the standard Mandarin Chinese. So we've not had any, difficulty communicating with the rescue workers. So, it's quite troublesome that this area, because of the location in the Himalayas, near all these mountainous movements, is quite prone to earthquake. And China, with this vast landscape, is unfortunately also no stranger to these some of like very devastating earthquakes. So in a sense, the local government has all these agencies, has all these plans in terms of like how to cope with the situation once disaster strikes. And from what we've seen, what we've read, people and the government has been able to react very quickly to dispatch the workers, to dispatch the supplies. My colleague was telling me how the rescue of people, that part of the work, is actually usually carried out very fast right after the disaster strikes, within hours, pretty much. So, usually by the time she arrives on these rescue scenes, it's more about the settlement of, the people who've been affected by these disasters. So, in a sense, it's a testament to efficiency of the government these days. And if you talk to the older generation, who had to live through these disasters like many years ago, they would tell you, the really big difference that they're seeing, from back then when something like this happens, you're pretty much just on your own for a long time, versus these days, with the presence of the police, the firefighters, the armed forces, the PLA, you really feel much more immediate and strong support in these times of difficulty. So that is something, that people can be grateful in these time of difficulty. So another thing about this earthquake is that because it happened, the epicenter was in this, quite remote county called Dingri. So there was not many surveillance cameras installed in the county. So there haven't emerged much footage of when the earthquake took place. What we have seen is footage from a surveillance camera installed in a supermarket or a smaller market in Dingri County that you could see the shelves shaking. But in terms of the destroyed houses in the village, we really don't have much footage of about what it looked like when the earthquake struck. So that also reflects in a way how underdeveloped this region really is. And hopefully, now that people have more awareness of this part of China, of these people, once people read stories about them, I'm sure, they will find ways to support and help the local residents recover, to rebuild their lives after this disaster. So we've seen different authorities